I never planned on returning to Quiet Pines. It was one of those sleepy Midwest towns with a single diner, a post office that closed at 3, and a main street that still looked like it was stuck in 1962. I grew up there, left as soon as I could, and only ever came back to visit my folks. But when Sheriff Mullen passed away and the town council offered me the job, temporary fill-in until they found someone permanent, I said yes. Honestly, I needed the change. The city had burned me out. Long shifts, broken cases, a divorce that had left me hollow. Quiet Pines felt like a break from all that. A quiet, boring little town where nothing ever happened. God, how wrong I was. It started on a Tuesday. I remember because I had just finished my morning patrol and was pouring the last cup of coffee from the stained pot in the break room. That's when dispatch radioed in.
Unit 1, we've got a report from a hiker says he found a cave out near Granger Hollow. Claims it wasn't there yesterday.
Now, that was odd. I knew those woods like the back of my hand. There were no caves out there. At least, not that anyone ever mentioned. I figured maybe it was a sinkhole or just a hiker with too much imagination and not enough caffeine. Still, I drove out to the trailhead, parked the cruiser, and hiked in. The woods were still as ever, pines rising like columns around me, the smell of sap thick in the warm September air. But after about 20 minutes, I saw it. An opening in the ground, perfectly round, about 5 feet wide, and blacker than anything I'd ever seen. It wasn't just dark, it was absent, like the light didn't want to go anywhere near it. I crouched beside it, shining my flashlight down, but the beam didn't touch bottom. I called out, "Hello," and my voice just vanished. No echo, nothing. The hiker was still nearby, a college kid named Ben something. He swore it hadn't been there yesterday, and I believed him. He was pale, shaking, said he'd heard something from inside the hole, something moving, breathing. I called for backup. Small town as it was, my backup was Deputy Will Harper, a guy I'd gone to high school with. He showed up chewing sunflower seeds and cracking jokes, but even he shut up when he saw the thing. We roped it off, took photos, sent them to the local geological survey, thinking maybe someone smarter than us would have a clue. But by the next morning the hole was gone. No sinkhole, no cave, just pine needles and moss. The rope we'd left behind, torn, as if shredded, not cut, not frayed, torn. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the darkness, how it swallowed light and sound, how it felt wrong, heavy, hungry. The nightmares started on Thursday. I was standing in the woods, back at the hole, but it was bigger this time, and there was something crawling out of it. Pale limbs, long fingers, too many joints. I never saw its face, thank God, but I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart jackhammering in my chest. The weird reports started coming in the next day. Cattle missing, dogs howling at nothing. A hunter named Dale Rooker who'd gone out to check his traps and came back white as a sheet, mumbling about something tall with teeth like fishhooks. Will and I visited Dale the next morning. He was sitting on his porch, rocking back and forth with a shotgun across his lap. Wouldn't go inside the house. Said whatever he saw was standing in his living room when he got back, just watching him. The thing is, Dale lived alone, doors locked, no signs of forced entry, no tracks, nothing. And then people started disappearing. First, it was Marla Dunning, a high school teacher who liked hiking out past Granger Hollow. Then a pair of teenagers whose truck was found abandoned at the edge of the forest. No signs of struggle, no blood, just gone. I started putting it together. All of them had been near the hollow in the days before. All of them had walked that same stretch of woods, and every night the dreams got worse. I started putting it together. All of them had been near the hollow in the days before. All of them had walked that same stretch of woods, and every night the dreams got worse. Still, I packed a flashlight, extra batteries, a flare gun, and my old 357, and I went out alone. I found the cave again. It was back. This time it was wider, easily 8 feet across. And worse, something had come out of it. I saw the drag marks in the dirt, like something heavy had pulled itself out on its belly. The trees nearby were scarred, bark stripped in long, jagged streaks. The smell, Jesus, the smell was wrong. Rot and mildew and something wet and animal and ancient. I fired a flare into the sky, marking the location, and radioed for Will. No response. I waited. Nothing. So, like an idiot, I went in. The tunnel wasn't a tunnel. It was more like a throat wet, pulsing slightly beneath my boots. The air was hot and smelled like old blood. I don't know how long I walked. Time felt broken down there. The further I went, the more it felt like I was walking into a dream I couldn't wake up from. I found bones, lots of them. Some animal, some not. And then I heard it, a voice. You brought the light. It came from everywhere and nowhere, like it was inside my skull, whispering directly into the folds of my brain. It is always hungry. Something moved in the dark. I ran, fired a shot behind me, but I hit nothing. Just sound. Heat. Breathing. I don't remember how I got out. Next thing I knew, it was morning, and I was lying in the woods, 20 yards from the now-gone cave. My hands were filthy. My gun was missing, and carved into the dirt in front of me were words I didn't want to read. We let it out. That was 6 months ago. The disappearances stopped, but the forest never felt the same. The air's too still. The animals don't go near Granger Hollow anymore. I stayed on a while, long enough to train the next sheriff. Then I packed up and left Quiet Pines for good. But some nights I still hear the whisper in the corners of motel rooms, beneath the hum of highway noise, in the quiet moments before sleep. You brought the light. And sometimes I see shapes in the trees that shouldn't be there. I don't know what we let out. I don't know where it went, but I know it's still hungry. And I think maybe one day soon it'll come looking for me. My name is Cody Blackwell, and if you're hearing this, it means I finally decided to tell the truth about what happened in Whisper Ridge. I've kept my mouth shut for years, not because I was afraid no one would believe me, because deep down I was afraid someone would, that if I gave it shape with words it might come back. It started in 1992, the summer before my senior year of high school, back when you could still ride your bike out past the railroad tracks, buy cigarettes without getting carded, and get lost in the mountains for days without anyone calling the cops. Back then, Whisper Ridge was just a name on a hiking trail. The old-timers said it was cursed, but every town's got one of those places. A patch of woods that gets passed down in whispers and dares. I didn't believe in any of that. Not until the trip. There were 4 of us. Me, Ryan, Jesse, and Blake. We'd been friends since middle school, and that summer felt like the last gasp of our childhoods. One final adventure before life got serious. College, jobs, marriages, all that crap. We packed light, tents, flashlights, snacks, a cooler of cheap beer. Our plan was to hike into Whisper Ridge, set up camp near the Fire Lookout Tower, and spend a couple nights getting drunk under the stars. We never made it to the tower. The first day was fine. Hazy heat, buzzing insects, distant thunder that never quite reached us. The trail was overgrown but passable. We cracked jokes, drank warm beer, and listened to music on Blake's old Walkman speakers. But even then, things felt off. Birdsong would stop all at once, like someone hit mute on the forest. Trees leaned the wrong way. We found claw marks on a boulder, 6 feet high, too wide to be a cougar. We joked about Bigfoot. We shouldn't have. That night, we pitched camp in a low hollow beside a creek. We built a fire and took turns telling ghost stories. Jesse had the best one about the miners who vanished during the silver rush. Said they dug too deep and found something they shouldn't have. Something that whispers when you sleep. I laughed louder than anyone. That's probably why it came to me first. I woke around 3 a.m., needing to take a leak. I stepped away from the tent, barefoot in the dew-wet grass, and that's when I saw it. A light. Not a flashlight or a lantern. This was different. Pale blue. Flickering. Floating between the trees like a will-o'-the-wisp. I should have gone back to bed. Instead, I followed it. The forest was dead silent. I couldn't even hear the creek anymore. Just my own footsteps and the soft she of the light weaving between trunks. Then it stopped. Hovering in front of an old stone structure half buried in vines, barely taller than my waist. Looked like a well, but it didn't go down. It went sideways, a tunnel, bricks leading back into the hillside, swallowed by dark. The light winked out, and I heard breathing, not mine, not human, something slow, wet, labored. I ran. Back at camp, I shook the others awake, breathless and ranting. Ryan was pissed. Blake called me a liar. Jessie just looked at me with this weird expression, like she knew something. The next morning, Blake was gone. We searched for hours, screaming his name until our throats were raw. His backpack was still there. Boots, too. It was like he'd just stepped out of his sleeping bag and walked into nothing. Ryan wanted to go back. I did too. But Jessie? She just stood there, pale and shaking. He followed it, she whispered. The same light, I saw it too. I just didn't move. We packed up and tried to hike out, but the trail was gone. I don't mean overgrown, I mean gone. Like someone had peeled it up and folded it away. The compass spun in circles. My GPS, ancient and bulky, wouldn't power on. We wandered for hours, but every direction led back to that same clearing by the creek. By nightfall, the fire wouldn't stay lit. The darkness pressed in closer than it should have. I kept catching glimpses, figures just past the tree line. Tall, wrong, like someone stretched a human shadow and gave it too many joints. That night, Ryan started screaming. He clawed at his face, tearing his skin, mumbling nonsense. Jesse and I tried to hold him down, but he was too strong. Blood on his lips, eyes rolled back. He kept whispering something over and over. It's inside, and then he went quiet, just stopped breathing. I buried him the next morning, used a rock to dig a shallow grave. Jessie didn't help. She just sat there, staring at the trees, humming a song I didn't recognize. We were both starving. The food was gone. The beer had spoiled. I don't even remember the last time I drank water. My mouth tasted like ash. We didn't speak again until the third day. That's when Jessie said it. It wants a name. What? I asked. That's how it gets in. You name it. Then it knows where to find you. I told her she was crazy, but part of me believed her, and then, just like that, we found the trail again. I never saw Jessie after that. She stopped showing up to school. Her parents moved out of state. No forwarding address. No one ever found Blake or Ryan, and I never talked about it. Until now, because a week ago my daughter came home from school talking about a new hiking trail someone found behind the football field. Said the older kids call it Whisper Ridge. She said she saw a strange light there. And last night I saw it too, flickering outside my house. My name's Jim Heron. I served on the police force in a small backwoods town for over 20 years. We weren't the kind of place that made headlines, unless it was for a bake sale or a turkey raffle. Quiet, peaceful. Or so we thought. In November of 1995, I had the kind of night that stains your memory. The kind that never lets go. It was raining hard that night. Cold sheets hammering the windshield as my partner, Mike Dawson, and I sat in the squad car on patrol. The radio was quiet, the town quieter. We were halfway through a pot of stale coffee when the dispatch broke the silence. All units, we've got a 10 to 71, possible missing person. Location is the old mill house on Riverton Road. Mike and I locked eyes. The mill house had been abandoned for decades, an old relic from the town's long-dead industrial days. A place the kids whispered about, dared each other to visit on Halloween. But nobody really went there. Not anymore. We arrived in less than 10 minutes. The rain had turned the road to muck, and the mill house loomed like a corpse in the headlights' windows dark. The roof caved in on one side, vines crawling up its flanks like veins. We stepped out, boots sinking into wet earth, flashlights cutting through the downpour. The front door was hanging open. I called out, "Police department. If anyone's here, make yourself known." Nothing. Just the hollow echo of my own voice and the slow drip of water from the gutters. We split up Mike, taking the upper floor. I took the ground level. The place reeked of mildew and rot, the kind of stink that sticks to your skin. My light flicked over rusted machinery, broken glass, moldering furniture. I was just about to call it clear when I heard it a soft whimper, almost too faint to catch. It came from the far back room. I pushed open the door and froze. A little girl sat tied to a chair in the middle of the room. She couldn't have been more than 12, her eyes wide with terror, mouth gagged, cheeks stained with tears. Surrounding her were lit candles, dozens of them, their wax dripping into crude sigils scratched into the wooden floor. "Hey," I whispered, stepping in slowly. "It's okay. I'm here to help." She flinched when I reached for the gag. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. I turned, gun raised. A man stood in the doorway, tall, gaunt. His clothes were filthy, his eyes wild, and in his hand was a large, rusted knife. "Don't move," he growled, "or she dies." My finger tightened on the trigger. "Who are you?" I demanded. He smiled, crooked, unsettling. "The caretaker. This place, it's sacred. You've trespassed." And then he lunged. I fired. The shot rang through the room. He stumbled, clutching his chest, but didn't go down. Screaming, he charged again, knife swinging wide. I sidestepped, squeezed the trigger a second time. The round hit him in the head, and he dropped like a sack of bricks. I stood there for a moment, heart hammering, barely able to process it. Then I ran to the girl, untied her with shaking hands, and carried her out into the rain. I radioed in, told them we had a homicide and needed backup, told them to send everyone. Within an hour, the mill house was crawling with uniforms and detectives. The girl Emily, we later learned, was taken to the hospital. She'd been missing for 3 days, but that wasn't the worst of it. Because when the forensic team opened the trapdoor hidden under the floorboards, that's when the nightmare truly began. Beneath the mill house was a hidden chamber carved out of stone and dirt, cold and silent, like a tomb, and in the center of it an altar. It was covered in strange ancient symbols etched deep into the stone, symbols none of us could identify. On top of the altar was a book. Its cover looked like it had been stitched together from skin. I didn't want to touch it. God help me, I didn't even want to look at it, but something pulled me toward it. Some sick compulsion. I reached for the book, and the moment my fingers brushed it, I swear I felt it breathing. That's when I heard the voice, deep and raspy, right behind me. "You shouldn't have come here, officer." I spun around, flashlight shaking in my grip, ready to face another attacker. But there was no one there. The forensic guys chalked it up to nerves, said I was in shock, said I was hearing things. But I know what I heard. The man I shot, Harold Gibbons, turned out to be a transient, a drifter. But when they dug into his background, they found something strange. He'd been institutionalized in the 70s after a string of violent assaults, each one at an abandoned property tied to unsolved disappearances. They believed he was part of a cult, something ancient, something that had been feeding off this town for years, and now he was the last of them, the final guardian of whatever they'd built beneath that rotting mill house. We identified at least a dozen sets of remains in the chamber, bones stacked like firewood, missing persons from as far back as the 70s. They'd been sacrificed. Rituals, the forensic psychologist said. Something to do with summoning or binding. I don't know. I never opened the book again. I transferred a month later, moved 4 counties over. Bought a quiet house near the river. Tried to forget what I'd seen, but I couldn't, not really. Sometimes at night I still see his eyes, the caretaker, that insane grin, that voice. I kept the grimoire locked in a steel case under my floorboards. I tell myself it's safer that way, that if anyone ever came looking for it, I'd be ready. But the truth is, I don't know why I kept it. Maybe I'm still trying to understand. Maybe some part of me knows this isn't over, that there's more out there, more places like that mill house, more altars, more caretakers. Sometimes when the wind picks up and the trees start whispering outside my window, I swear I hear that voice again. You shouldn't have come here, officer. But I did, and I don't think it's done with me yet. My name is Sheriff Owen Grant. I spent over 30 years wearing the badge in a quiet stretch of Colorado near the San Juan Mountains. Small towns, long winters, locals that didn't trust strangers but looked after their own. The kind of place where time crawled and change came slow if it came at all. I saw my share of strange things over the years, but nothing like what happened in the fall of 1993. Nothing that's haunted me quite the same way. It started with a call from dispatch.
Sheriff Grant, you copy? We've got a 10 to 56. Local hiker found a body up past Cathedral Ridge, maybe a mile off the trail. Says it's bad.
I remember staring out my office window as the storm clouds rolled in. It was mid-October. The trees were halfway bare, their skeletal limbs scraping the gray sky. That area, Cathedral Ridge, it was isolated. No cabins, no known campsites. Just forest and rock and silence. Anyone ID the body yet? I asked into the radio.
Negative. Hikers waiting near the site. Says there's something off about the place.
I grabbed my coat, radioed for my deputy Carter to meet me, and drove up the winding trail with the siren off. Something in my gut told me to keep things quiet. We parked at the trailhead. The hiker was there, pale and jittery, clutching a thermos like it was a lifeline. Found it yesterday, he said, not meeting my eyes. Didn't sleep, couldn't, had to come back and report it. You said it was off, I prompted. What do you mean? His hands trembled. You'll see. The hike wasn't long, but the trail was steep and washed out in places. Fog hung low among the trees, curling between the trunks like smoke. After about a mile, the hiker stopped and pointed. There, off the path, was an old trailhead I didn't recognize, overgrown and barely visible, but the ground looked recently disturbed, like someone had cleared just enough brush to walk through. We followed it, ducking under low-hanging limbs, until we reached a small clearing, and there it was, a body slumped against a boulder, face down, shirtless, skin a sickly gray, lips blue with cold. But the thing that caught my eye was the symbol carved into his back, a crude spiral cut deep into the flesh, still fresh. I crouched down, careful not to touch the body. No ID, Carter said, glancing around. No wallet, no pack. Who comes this deep into the mountains with nothing? I didn't answer, because behind the boulder was a cabin, a small rotting structure I hadn't noticed at first. It was half sunken into the earth, with moss blanketing its roof and vines choking the doorway. It looked ancient, wrong? Did you go inside? I asked the hiker. He shook his head. No, God, no. I didn't want to get any closer than I had to. Carter and I approached the cabin slowly. The door hung slightly open, creaking on rusted hinges. I pulled out my flashlight and stepped inside. The floor groaned beneath me. It was dark, the kind of dark that felt alive like it pushed back against the beam of my light. Dust hung thick in the air. There was no furniture, no stove, just dirt, rotted boards, and one thing in the far corner. A trapdoor. My stomach sank. We radioed for backup, but it would take them over an hour to reach us, and something in me knew we shouldn't wait. The trapdoor was locked with an old iron latch, but it broke easily under Carter's crowbar. The smell that hit us when it opened was foul, wet, earthy, and sweet, like decayed meat left in the sun. A ladder led down into the dark. Carter looked at me. You want to go down there? I nodded, even though every instinct screamed to walk away. The descent was slow, the rungs slick with mildew. The tunnel led to a chamber carved into the stone itself, lit only by the beam of our flashlights. The walls were covered in symbols, spirals, crosses, and shapes I didn't recognize. Bone charms hung from the ceiling, swaying in the breeze we couldn't feel. In the center of the chamber was a stone slab, and on it another body, this one fresh, female, pale, eyes open in terror, mouth frozen mid-scream. Her hands were bound with twine. Her chest was sliced open, not deep, but ceremonial, like a ritual. Carter gagged. I stepped closer and saw what was etched into the slab around her. The same spirals, same lines and runes I'd seen carved into the man's back. They weren't just decoration. They were instructions. We heard the footsteps before we saw the man. He appeared at the top of the ladder, silhouetted in the dim light from the cabin above, tall, barefoot, shirtless, like the body outside. His chest was smeared with blood, and in one hand he held a hunting knife. You shouldn't be here, he said, voice low and reverent. She was meant to feed the mountain. You've interrupted the offering. He started to descend. I shouted at him to stop, to drop the knife. Carter raised his weapon. I said stop. The man lunged. We opened fire. The shots echoed like thunder in the stone chamber. He crumpled halfway down the ladder, collapsing in a heap at the base. I checked for a pulse. Nothing, but as I bent down, I felt something shift. The ground beneath us trembled, not like an earthquake, but like something moving, waking. The symbols on the walls, they began to glow faintly, just for a second. Then the light faded. We climbed out of that hole fast, adrenaline pumping. Backup arrived minutes later, crime scene secured, evidence collected. The bodies were taken to the coroner's office. Official report, cult activity, homicide, possibly drug-induced psychosis. But that's not the truth, because 3 days later, Carter went missing, no note, no calls. He just vanished. His squad car was found near the trailhead. Footprints led back to the clearing, to the cabin. The trapdoor was open again. We never found him. The site was sealed. The forest declared off limits. But the dreams started soon after. For me, for others in the department. Dreams of the spirals, of stone walls and whispering voices in the dark, Sometimes I hear Carter's voice calling for help. Other times I hear the girl screaming. I still have the case file in my desk drawer. Sometimes when the wind howls just right through the trees outside my cabin, I swear I hear that voice again. She was meant to feed the mountain. I haven't gone back. I won't. I've warned others not to, though I don't know if it makes a difference. That mountain is old, and it's still hungry. My name is Deputy Troy Keller, and I spent 16 years working the beat in a nowhere town tucked between the cornfields and forests of central Indiana. Not a lot happened out there. Some minor meth busts, domestic disputes, bar fights that fizzled out as fast as they flared. For a long time, I believed I had the safest job a man could ask for. That belief didn't last. It was October 2001 when everything changed. I remember it clearly because it was the week before Halloween. The leaves were already off the trees, wind scratching through the branches like bone fingers. The fields were bare, the last corn harvested, leaving behind long shadows and plenty of space for bad thoughts to creep in. That Tuesday morning I was called out to the Lanes farm. Their youngest daughter, Maddie, 10 years old, hadn't come home from school the night before. Her mom thought she was at a friend's house. The friend thought she went home. One of those tragic mix-ups that usually gets resolved within a couple hours. But not this time. We scoured the area. Woods, fields, old drainage ditches. No sign of her. The last confirmed sighting was around 4:15 p.m. A neighbor saw her walking along County Road 17 near the old church. Now, that's where things got strange. The old church, as we called it, sat rotting at the edge of the woods. Built in 1894, abandoned since the 60s, it was just a weather-beaten husk with a broken steeple and boarded-up windows. The place was cursed, or so the locals said. Kids dared each other to go inside. Teenagers spray-painted the walls. But the stories stuck stories about voices in the walls, shadows that moved on their own. I never put much stock in those tales. Until that day, we got a team together and went out to search the church grounds. The front doors were nailed shut, but one of the back windows was broken, just big enough for a child or someone small to squeeze through. We entered. It was dark inside even at noon. Our flashlights cut through the gloom, revealing peeling wallpaper, shattered pews, and crumbling scripture plaques. The altar was still their bare wood, warped with age, and behind it, a door leading to what used to be the pastor's quarters. That's when we found the first sign. Scratched into the wooden floor near the altar were markings, symbols, circles, spirals. Burned into the wood, actually. And on the wall, written in something that looked an awful lot like dried blood. She belongs to the congregation now. I radioed for backup. One of the deputies, Morales, found a small shoe tucked beneath a fallen cross. It matched the ones Maddie's mom said she was wearing. We pressed deeper into the back of the church, into a hallway that should have been no more than 10 feet long, but it wasn't. It stretched far beyond that, much farther. The air grew colder, and I swear it smelled like rotting leaves and wet earth, like a grave. The lights began to flicker. Now, keep in mind we were using mag lights, heavy-duty LED. They don't flicker, but in that hallway they did. The beams grew weaker the further we walked. Eventually we came to another door, heavier than the rest, made of iron, rusted at the hinges. We pushed it open, and what we found inside, it wasn't possible. There was a staircase leading downward, stone steps, carved into the ground. No record of this in the building plans. No locals knew of it. It shouldn't have been there. We descended slowly. It was pitch black down there. The walls were damp, pulsing with mildew. The deeper we went, the harder it was to breathe. It felt like the air itself was pressing down on our lungs. Then we heard her, Maddie. She was crying. We ran. The corridor twisted, unnatural. Our radios stopped working. The light became distorted, like something was bending it around the corners. We kept moving until we entered a chamber, a circular room made of stone, with alcoves carved into the walls. And in the center, chained to a pillar, was Maddie. She was alive, barely, pale, shivering, eyes wide with terror. We rushed to her, broke the chains, carried her up those godforsaken stairs. We didn't stop to ask questions, didn't try to understand what the hell we had just seen, but as we left, I looked back, just once, and I saw them figures, lurking in the shadows, robed, still as statues, watching us, and their faces, if you could even call them, that were blank, just smooth, waxy skin, no mouths, no eyes, just one raised hand as if waving goodbye. We sealed the church after that. The county quietly condemned the building and bulldozed it the following spring, but I knew it didn't fix anything. You see, Maddie survived, but she never spoke again. Not a word, not to her parents, not to the therapists, nothing. She just draws, always the same thing, a church on a hill, a staircase underground, and robed figures standing in a circle, arms raised to something looming just above them. Something with too many arms. I transferred out a few years later, but I've never forgotten what I saw under that church. Never forgotten the feeling in that hallway, the pressure in the air. Like something vast and ancient was breathing just beyond the veil of our world. And sometimes when the wind shifts just right, I still hear her voice echoing in my dreams, crying for help, crying from beneath the church that shouldn't have been there. My name's Eddie Parker. I've been a cop in this backwoods town for over 20 years, and for most of that time I believed in what I could see, touch, and write up in a report. But there are some nights, some cases, that don't care what you believe in. It all started when Larva Shepherd disappeared. Her husband, Tom, was the one who called it in. Big guy, tough. Used to chop his own firewood and joke about the city folks who moved here and didn't last one winter. But when I got to their place, Tom looked like he hadn't slept in days, pale, twitching, scared. She was just gone, he said, running a hand through his graying hair. We had dinner. She said she was going out for some air. Next thing I know, she's not in the house, not in the yard, not anywhere. I walked their property, modest home, surrounded by thick forest that looked like it hadn't been disturbed since the Civil War. The back window was cracked open. I didn't think much of it at the time, but later I'd wish I had. We brought out dogs, volunteers, every flashlight we had. For days, nothing. No footprints, no torn fabric on brambles, no scent trail. It was like the woods had swallowed her whole. And then she came back. About a week later, I got the call. Tom had found her outside their house, barefoot and shaking, staring off into the woods like she was still lost in them. Her skin was cold, her hair matted with dirt and leaves, and she wouldn't speak a word, wouldn't even blink unless someone touched her. The hospital said she was in shock. I tried talking to her myself, got nothing. But when I asked her about the night she went missing, she just whispered 2 words, the woman. That was all I needed to hear. That night, something pulled me back to the woods. I told myself it was duty, that I wanted answers. But the truth is, something inside me needed to go back, like the forest had reached out and planted a hook behind my heart. I stood at the edge of the tree line, flashlight in hand, just staring into that darkness. The trees moved like they were breathing. The air was heavy, colder than it should have been. I stepped in. I don't know how long I wandered before I heard it a whisper, soft, almost like the wind, but not. My name, said like it knew me. I followed it. I found the clearing by accident. I didn't even realize I'd walked in until the trees opened around me, revealing a circle of symbols carved into the dirt. In the center stood an old woman. Just like Laura had said, she looked ancient, wild hair tangled with moss. Her eyes caught the moonlight and gleamed like glass. She was chanting, low and rhythmic, hands raised to the stars. "Who are you?" I asked. "What did you do to Laura?" She turned, and the look on her face, it was like she'd been waiting for me. "You should not be here," she said. "This place is not for you." My hand moved to my holster. "Tell me what happened to the others." She smiled, thin, cold, cruel. "They belong to the woods now." "As you will." Then pain, white hot, stabbing through my skull. I dropped. When I woke up, I was lying on the floor of my office at the station. My papers were scattered, my head pounding. No memory of how I got back. It was like the woods had chewed me up and spat me out. I called the state police, told them everything. They didn't believe me, not really, but agreed to send a team. I knew by the time they got here, whatever I'd seen would be gone. Still, I had to keep digging. I went to the library, talked to old Mrs. Jenkins. She'd been here longer than anyone. I asked about symbols, old legends. Her face went pale. "There are things in these woods, Eddie, things older than this town, older than this country." She handed me a leather-bound book, dusty and worn. "Don't go looking too hard," she said. "Some doors stay closed for a reason." I spent hours flipping through it. The symbols in the clearing matched ones from old rituals. Things meant to summon something, a presence, a spirit, or worse. Then my phone rang. It was Tom. "Eddie," he said, panicked. She's gone again. I was in the cruiser before he hung up. When I got there, he met me at the door, pale and shaking. She went out for some air again, he said. Same as last time. We formed another search party. Hit the woods hard. After an hour, we heard Ivy scream. We ran toward the sound, flashlights bouncing off tree trunks. We found her in the same clearing. Laura lying in the dirt, shaking, her eyes locked wide open. She was alive, barely. The hospital said she was in shock again, but this time she wouldn't close her eyes. She was afraid of what she'd see when she did. I stayed by her side, but I knew it wasn't over. That night, I went back to the woods alone. I needed to see her, the old woman. I needed to end this. But I never found the clearing again. I walked for hours. The forest was different, unfamiliar. Like it had shifted in the dark, rearranged itself to keep its secrets. Eventually I turned back. But sometimes when the wind dies and the trees are still, I hear the whisper again, my name drifting through the branches, calling me back. Laura never truly came back, not really. Her body did, her mind, her soul. Some part of her stayed out there. And I think one day mine will too. Some things don't want to be found, and some people were never meant to leave the woods. I was fresh out of the academy when they sent me to Pine Hollow. Tiny town tucked in the hills, population maybe 800 if you included the dogs. I was excited, first assignment, first badge, first cruiser. Thought I'd be writing speeding tickets and chasing stray cows. Then the Miller Farm call came in. It was a late summer night, air thick with pine and heat. Cicadas buzzing so loud you could barely hear the radio. I was parked near the diner, nursing a cold cup of coffee, when dispatch crackled through.
Officer Mitchell, we've got a report of a disturbance. Old Miller Farm, possible missing person.
My first real call. I flipped on the lights and headed out, the cruiser bouncing along the dirt roads. The Miller place had been abandoned for years. The family packed up and left in the 60s after the son hung himself in the barn. Locals said the place was cursed. Kids dared each other to spend the night there. No one did it twice. I pulled up to find Mrs. Dawson, 75, wiry, sharp-eyed, waiting at the edge of her yard with a flashlight in one hand and a shotgun in the other. Saw a light in the barn, she said, voice tight. Then heard a scream, a woman, real sharp, real sudden. Sounded like it came from inside. I told her to go inside and lock the doors. She didn't argue. The barn sat in the dark like a dead thing. My flashlight barely pierced it. The doors were warped and leaning, but still shut. I pushed them open slowly, the hinges groaning. It was empty, almost. Tools hung rusted on the walls. Dust thick enough to write in. And in the far corner, something glinted. I walked over and picked it up. A locket. Opened it. Inside was a photo of a woman, probably mid-30s. Familiar somehow. I didn't know her name yet, but I'd find out soon enough. I moved to the farmhouse next. Door was already ajar. The interior was dark, full of stale air and silence. I cleared it room by room, gun drawn, flashlight sweeping across sheet-covered furniture. Then I hit the kitchen. Table set for one, fresh, no dust. Like someone had eaten dinner there just hours ago. I was about to radio it in when I heard movement upstairs, creaks, like footsteps. I climbed the stairs slowly, each board whining beneath my boots. At the end of the hallway, a door stood slightly open. I pushed it, empty room. Just an old dresser and a single chair. Then I saw at the window, curtains fluttering in the breeze. Outside, moving fast between the trees, was a figure, human, running. I bolted back downstairs and into the woods. Branches slapped my face, thorns tore at my sleeves, but I kept going. The flashlight beam bounced wildly, catching glimpses of movement ahead. Then it stopped. The figure was just gone. I stood there, chest heaving, sweat stinging my eyes. The woods were dead silent. Not even the bugs were chirping anymore. That's when I saw the cabin. Hidden deep in the brush, old but used. Smoke curling from the chimney. I approached quietly, gun ready. The door creaked open under my hand. Inside was off. Lived in, clean, fresh food on the table. A fire burning in the hearth. And on every wall, photographs. All the same woman, dozens of pictures. Her smiling, cooking, reading. Some recent, some very recent. And the last few her eyes were terrified, pleading. I heard a floorboard creak behind me. Spun around, gun raised. A man stood in the doorway, gaunt, pale, wide, glassy eyes, and a smile that didn't reach his pupils. You shouldn't have come here, he said, calm as still water. Where is she? I asked. The woman in the photos? She's here, he whispered. She's always been here. He lunged. We crashed into a table, furniture splintering, the room exploding with motion. He was strong, unbelievably so. Wild. I managed to get a grip on my sidearm and drove the butt into his skull. He dropped like a sack of bricks. I cuffed him, then called it in. Backup was 20 minutes out. I searched the cabin and found a trapdoor under a rug. The smell hit me first. Rot, blood, earth. I climbed down. Found her in a small, dirt-walled cellar, shackled, bruised, eyes wide. It's okay, I said, lowering my voice. I'm getting you out. She didn't speak, just nodded, slow and dazed. We climbed out. The sirens were coming. She blinked at the sound like she hadn't heard one in years. I handed her off to the paramedics when they arrived. She still hadn't said a word, but the look she gave me part gratitude, part horror. I'll never forget it. The man was arrested. Name was Richard Halley. No job, no ID, no record of existence. Just a cabin and a woman he claimed to belong to him. As for the locket, belonged to a woman named Elise Carr, reported missing 6 months earlier in a town 30 miles over. No one had connected the dots. Until now, I stayed on the force, promoted eventually, took bigger cases, busier towns, but nothing ever felt like that night. Like the woods had peeled open to show me something raw. I drive past the Miller farm sometimes. Cabin's gone now. burned down under unknown circumstances. But when the wind's just right, I swear I hear the scream again. That same short, sharp scream that chilled Mrs. Dawson to the bone. Some places don't forget, and neither do I. I've served as sheriff in Wayland County for over 25 years, long enough to know when something isn't right. Wayland's a speck of a town tucked between two hills and bordered on the east by a stretch of railroad track that hasn't seen a freight car since '78. Folks still call it the old spur line. Most forgot it existed. Until last fall, we got our first report on October 3rd. A teenager named Caleb Morris claimed he'd seen a woman walking the tracks just past midnight. Said she was barefoot, wearing a long white dress, face hidden by her hair. Looked like she was humming. He thought it was a prank, until she turned and looked at him and vanished. The kid came tearing back into town pale as ash. Wouldn't stop shaking. His parents figured he was high. I figured it was just a story. But then it happened again and again. By the end of October, I had 6 separate reports. All the same. Woman on the tracks. White dress. Midnight. Gone in an instant. Now, I'm not the superstitious type. I believe in evidence, in law, in logic, but when you've got multiple sober witnesses describing the exact same thing, you don't chalk it up to coincidence. So I decided to take a look myself, October 31st, Halloween night. Fitting, right? I parked the cruiser near the old spur, around 11:45. Cold night, clear sky. The moon was a razor in the clouds. I stood there by the rails, flashlight in one hand, service pistol in the other, and waited. At 12:06 a.m., I heard it. A soft humming. It was coming from the trees to my left, low and slow. The kind of tune you'd hum to a baby if you hated that baby. Then she stepped onto the tracks. Just like the stories, barefoot, white dress stained at the hem, long black hair hanging limp over her face. She swayed with each step like she wasn't walking but being pulled. I called out, "Ma'am, you okay?" She stopped, didn't turn. I stepped forward, hand hovering near my weapon. "Ma'am, it's not safe out here. I need you to turn around." And she did. But there was no face. Just skin, seamless, stretched smooth over where her eyes, nose, and mouth should have been. I stumbled back, nearly dropped my flashlight. She began to move toward me, not walking now, but gliding. No footsteps, no sound. Just that humming, louder now, drilling into my ears like a swarm of wasps. I raised my weapon. "Don't come any closer." She didn't listen. Then she vanished, gone, like someone cut the film. I stood there in the freezing dark, heart racing, breath fogging the air. I stayed till sunrise. Didn't see her again. The next day I did what any rational cop would do. I started digging old town records, historical archives. Anything I could find on that stretch of rail. Turns out there was a woman. Her name was Evelyn Morrow. Lived in Wayland in the 1940s. School teacher. Beloved. She was murdered. In 1947, she was found lying across the tracks. Head crushed. No suspects. Locals claimed she threw herself in front of a passing train, but some claimed they heard her screaming the night before. Said she'd been chased, cornered, killed. I found an old photo of her in the town's historical society. My stomach turned when I saw the dress. White, long, delicate stitching at the hem. Same one the faceless woman wore. I tried to brush it off. Coincidence. Maybe I'd seen the photo before and my mind filled in the blanks. Then the reports started again. This time people were going missing. First was Rebecca Dillon, 23. Walked her dog every night near the tracks. Dog came back alone. Next was Steve Monroe, 44, train hobbyist. Liked to take photos of the abandoned line. Never made it home. Each one vanished near the tracks. Each time, witnesses reported hearing that same humming. I requested a full forensic sweep of the area. Nothing turned up. No footprints. No signs of struggle. Just a strange residue on the rails, black, tar-like, cold as ice. I made the mistake of walking the tracks alone one night, trying to make sense of it all. It was just past midnight when I heard the humming again, but this time it was coming from behind me. I spun around and she was there, closer now, inches away. I could see the faint impression of a mouth beneath the skin, a smile stretching slowly across where her face should have been. I don't remember running, just remember collapsing in the dirt back at my cruiser, gasping like I'd come up from drowning. I'd put in for retirement the next day. I don't care if no one believes me. I've seen what I've seen. The town still whispers about her, still hears the humming some nights. They say if you walk the tracks alone after midnight and she appears, you've got 3 days left. No more, no less. They're calling her the Rail Bride now. And some nights, even from my cabin miles away, I swear I still hear the humming, getting louder, closer. the door that shouldn't exist. The house was perfect. That's what they all thought when they pulled into the long, overgrown driveway, hidden beneath a canopy of ancient oaks. The sprawling Victorian-style house was the kind of place you'd expect to see in a magazine. If it weren't for the peeling paint, the broken shutters, and the oppressive silence that surrounded it. "This place is awesome," Carter said, stepping out of the car with a wide grin. His dark hair was damp with sweat from the drive, and his sunglasses perched on top of his head. "Look at this porch. We're gonna party so hard this summer." "Awesome?" Lucy scoffed, crossing her arms. Her long blonde hair was tied back in a messy bun, and her face was already twisted with suspicion. "It looks haunted." "Well, yeah," Carter said, raising his eyebrows. "That's what makes it awesome. It's not haunted," Brandon added, rolling his eyes. Tall and athletic, Brandon was the natural leader of the group, the guy who made plans and expected everyone else to follow. He hoisted a heavy duffel bag over his shoulder and started toward the door. "It's just old. We got a deal on it because it's off the grid. No cell service, no neighbors, no distractions. Just us." "Great," Lucy muttered. "I think it's kind of cool," said Holly, the quietest of the group. She adjusted her round glasses and smiled faintly. Holly was Brandon's younger sister, and the only reason she'd come along was because Brandon had insisted. "We'll have stories to tell when we go back to school." "And if it sucks," Carter grinned, "we'll just drink until it doesn't." The final member of the group, Ryan, climbed out of the back seat. He ran a hand through his dark curls and studied the house with a critical eye. Ryan was the skeptic, the guy who always looked for the logical explanation. "We'll see how long we last," he said quietly. Brandon unlocked the door, and it creaked open with a groan that echoed through the empty halls. Dust floated through shafts of weak sunlight that filtered through cracked wind. The air smelled stale, like wood rot and mildew. "Well," Carter said, stepping inside, "this is definitely the place where we all get murdered." "Shut up," Lucy said, shoving him aside. The house was massive 3 floors, an attic and a basement. Most of the furniture was covered with white sheets, and the floors were warped with age. The ceilings were high, and the faded wallpaper was peeling in long strips. The staircase was dark wood, winding upward into shadows. "We'll clean it up tomorrow," Brandon said. "Tonight we celebrate." They unpacked their things, picked rooms, and by nightfall they were sitting in the large living room, drinking beers and laughing around a flickering fireplace. "It's got character," Carter said, raising his bottle in a toast. Lucy leaned back against the wall, her eyes half-lidded. "It's got mold." "Come on," Brandon said. "Try to enjoy yourself for once." Lucy rolled her eyes. "Fine, but if any ghosts show up, I'm out." They drank late into the night. The sound of their laughter echoed through the old house. Somewhere around midnight, Ryan stretched and stood up. "I'm gonna get another beer," he said. He wandered toward the kitchen, the floor creaking beneath his feet. On his way back, he passed the basement door and stopped. It was open. Frowning, Ryan stepped closer. He swore the door had been closed earlier. Slowly, he pulled it open wider. The stairs descended into blackness. "Hey," he called out. "Did anyone go into the basement?" No one answered. Ryan sighed. He was halfway down the stairs when he saw it. A door. It stood at the far end of the basement, just beyond the glow of the single hanging bulb. An old wooden door with iron hinges and a heavy metal latch. The strange thing was, he was pretty sure the door hadn't been there earlier. Ryan stepped closer. His pulse quickened as he reached for the latch. "Dude," Carter's voice called from the top of the stairs. "What the hell are you doing?" Ryan glanced back. Carter was squinting down at him, a half-empty beer bottle dangling from his hand. "There's a door," Ryan said. "Yeah, basements tend to have those." "No, this one's different." Ryan grabbed the latch and yanked it open. The door swung outward with a groan of rusted metal hinges. Behind it was another room. It was furnished an old four-poster bed, a wardrobe, a vanity with a cracked mirror. The walls were lined with faded floral wallpaper, and the smell of dust and old wood filled the air. "Whoa," Carter said, coming down the stairs. "This is weird. Did you see this before?" Ryan asked. "Doc?" Carter shook his head. "Nah, definitely not." Ryan stepped inside. His footfalls echoed unnaturally. He ran his hand along the wardrobe. The wood was smooth and polished, like it had been cleaned recently. "What is this?" Ryan murmured. ... A faint whispering sound echoed through the room. Carter's face paled. "Did you hear that?" Ryan spun toward the door. "Yeah." The whispering grew louder, more distinct. A woman's voice. "Help us." Ryan and Carter exchanged a panicked look. They backed toward the door only to find it shut. "What the—" Carter lunged for the latch and pulled. It wouldn't budge. Ryan hammered his fist against the wood. "Guys," he shouted, "let us out." No answer. The whispering became a low murmur of overlapping voices. The mirror over the vanity fogged up, and slowly a message appeared. "Stay with you, see." Carter stumbled back, breathing hard. "Ryan, what the hell is happening?" Ryan's breath quickened. His hands shook as he grabbed the wardrobe, trying to pull it open. But it was stuck. "Help yous," the voices screamed. The door behind them creaked open slowly, painfully, and through it stepped a man. He was tall, pale, dressed in an old-fashioned suit. His eyes were sunken, his face ashen, his mouth curled into a thin smile. "You shouldn't have opened the door," the man said softly. Ryan grabbed Carter's arm and pulled him toward the exit. They ran, bursting out of the room and stumbling back into the basement. Behind them, the door slammed shut with a deafening crash. They raced up the stairs and into the main room, panting and sweating. The others stared at them with wide eyes. "What happened?" Brandon demanded. Ryan shook his head, still gasping for breath. "There's something down there." Lucy's eyes narrowed. "What are you talking about?" "We're not alone," Carter said, his voice shaking. A loud bang echoed from the basement. The whole house trembled, and then the whispering began again, this time louder. "Stay with us?" And somewhere down in the basement, the door creaked open again. Ryan lay awake in his room, heart pounding in his chest. It had been 2 hours since the incident in the basement, and he still couldn't calm down. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw that door, the rotting wood, the fogged mirror, and the man in the suit with those dead, sunken eyes. Carter sat on the floor at the foot of Ryan's bed, his knees pulled to his chest. He hadn't spoken much since they'd come upstairs. He kept glancing toward the door, flinching at every creak of the house. What the hell was that? Carter finally whispered. Ryan rubbed his face with both hands. "I don't know. I mean, it wasn't a person. Not really. I've never seen anything like that, Carter muttered. And I've seen some weird shit, man. Ryan sat up, lowering his voice. We can't stay here. We have to leave tomorrow. You think the others will go for that? They will, Ryan said. They saw how freaked out we were. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Carter flinched violently. Ryan stood and opened it. Brandon stood on the other side, arms crossed. His face was calm, but his eyes betrayed the tension underneath. We need to talk, Brandon said. Ryan followed him downstairs into the living room, where Lucy and Holly were already sitting on the couch. Lucy's arms were wrapped around herself, her face pale and drawn. Holly sat stiffly, twisting a silver ring around her finger. Okay, Brandon said. Someone needs to explain what happened. Ryan hesitated. Carter sat down beside Lucy, his hands trembling. There was a door, Ryan said, in the basement. Yeah, we know, Brandon said, frowning. No, you don't. Ryan shook his head. It wasn't there before. Carter and we went inside. There was a room, like a bedroom, but old, and there was someone inside. Someone? Holly whispered. A man, Carter said, his voice hoarse. Tall, pale, wearing an old suit. He said we shouldn't have opened the door. Lucy laughed bitterly. Oh, great. So we're in a haunted house now? It's not funny, Ryan said. That thing, whatever it wasn't human. We need to leave, Carter said. Lucy scoffed. That's ridiculous. It's the middle of the night, and this place is miles from civilization. Where would we even go? We'll drive, Ryan insisted. In the dark? Through those roads? Lucy shook her head. No way, Brandon sighed. Okay, everyone calm down. Maybe it was just a prank. Ryan stared at him. A prank? Seriously? Look, Brandon said. I'm not saying you guys didn't see something, but maybe it was just some squatter, or maybe this house has some old structural thing going on. Secret rooms, old hallways, these places are full of that kind of stuff. Then why were there voices? Carter shot back. Why did the mirror fog up? Ryan added. And why did the door open by itself? Carter whispered. Brandon didn't answer. Tomorrow morning, Ryan said, we pack up and leave. First thing. Brandon hesitated, then finally nodded. Fine. A loud bang erupted from the ceiling above them. Everyone froze. What the hell was that? Lucy whispered. Another bang louder this time. The sound of footsteps, heavy, deliberate, echoed down from the upstairs hallway. Is someone up there? Brandon hissed. They all stood. Brandon grabbed a fireplace poker from beside the hearth. I'm going up there, Brandon said. Don't, Holly said, clutching his arm. Please, just stay here. No, Brandon said. If someone's screwing with us, I'm going to put an end to it. He started toward the stairs, ... Ryan followed, heart hammering. Carter stayed close behind. Lucy and Holly hung back by the fireplace, their eyes wide. Brandon crept down the hall toward the sound of the footsteps. The door to Lucy's room stood slightly ajar. Brandon raised the poker. Slowly, he pushed the door open. The room was empty. I swear I heard something, Ryan whispered. Brandon stepped into the room, Ryan following. Carter hovered by the doorway. Then they heard a quiet sound, like scratching. It was coming from the wall. Do you hear that? Carter whispered. Brandon knelt and pressed his ear against the wall. He went pale. Someone's inside the wall. Ryan's heart seized. What? Brandon pulled back, his eyes narrowing. There's something behind the wall. He dropped the poker and pressed his hands against the plaster. Suddenly, a deep thud came from behind it. Brandon jerked back. What the hell? Carter whispered, ... Ryan's gaze swept the room. His eyes landed on the far side of the wall where the old wardrobe stood. He moved toward it. Ryan, Brandon warned. Ryan ignored him. Slowly, he opened the wardrobe. Behind the row of coats, there was another door, small and wooden with the same iron latch as the basement door. No? Ryan whispered. Brandon stepped up beside him. That wasn't there before, Carter said. Ryan pulled the latch. The door creaked open. The inside was wrong. It opened into a long corridor, too long to fit inside the house's walls. The walls were stone, wet with moss. It stretched away into darkness, faint whispers drifting through the damp air. Where does that go? Carter whispered. I don't know, Ryan said. Brandon picked up the poker. Only one way to find out. You can't seriously be thinking of going in there, Lucy said from the hallway. Brandon took a step toward the doorway. Wait, Ryan said. We need to think about this. Brandon shook his head. We already crossed the line. You really think this is going to stop unless we figure out what's going on? Ryan hesitated. Brandon turned and walked into the passage. Brandon! Holly cried. Ryan cursed and followed after him. Carter swore under his breath and ran after them. Lucy's voice followed them from the hallway. You're all insane. The corridor stretched on. Cold moisture clung to the walls, and the air was thick and humid. The ground beneath their feet was wet and uneven. A low rumble vibrated through the walls. A distant noise like something massive shifting in the dark. We should go back, Carter whispered. We can't, Brandon said. They passed doorways, wooden doors with iron latches. Ryan didn't look at them. The feeling of being watched grew stronger with every step. They rounded a corner and froze. A figure stood at the end of the hall. It was the man from the basement. He was dressed in the same old suit. His face was expressionless. Brandon raised the poker. Who are you? The man's mouth curled into a smile. His eyes were dark and endless. You shouldn't have opened the door, he said. The corridor trembled. The man stepped forward, and his face began to change. His mouth stretched unnaturally wide. His eyes turned pure black, his limbs elongated. Oh, shit, Carter whispered. The walls pulsed as the corridor darkened. The sound of whispering filled the air. Brandon swung the poker. The man vanished. The floor beneath him buckled. Ryan screamed as he fell into the darkness below. Ryan hit the ground hard. The breath rushed from his lungs as he slammed into something cold and wet. His ears were ringing, his body aching all over. For a moment all he could hear was his own ragged breathing and the distant sound of dripping water. A groan sounded nearby. Ryan? Ryan sat up, gasping. Carter lay a few feet away, clutching his side. Brandon was further back, sitting up and rubbing his head. The iron poker lay on the ground beside him. What happened? Carter coughed. Ryan's head swam as he struggled to his feet. The floor beneath him was slick stone, coated in moss and shallow water. His shoes were already soaked through. His hands were scraped raw. We fell, Ryan said, his voice rough, into wherever this is. Brandon picked up the poker and stood. He squinted into the darkness. "We're not in the house anymore," Brandon muttered. A dim light flickered overhead, sickly yellow, like the glow of an old bulb. The walls were made of ancient stone, lined with veins of dark moisture. The hallway stretched out in both directions, disappearing into shadow. Ryan turned to look behind them. There was no hole, no ceiling above them, no sign of where they had fallen from. "We have to get out of here," Carter said. "No shit," Brandon muttered. He raised the poker and tested the weight in his hand. "We pick a direction and start walking." "Wait," Ryan said. His eyes narrowed. "Where's Lucy and Holly?" Brandon's face darkened. "They weren't with us when we fell," Carter said. His voice trembled. "Oh, God, what if they're still up there?" Ryan's stomach clenched. He opened his mouth to speak, then stopped. A sound echoed through the hallway. Scratching. It was soft at first, almost like nails dragging across stone. Then it grew louder, closer. Ryan turned toward the sound. A pale shape moved at the edge of the light. "What the hell is that?" Carter whispered. Brandon lifted the poker. "Get behind me." The figure stepped closer. The light flickered. It was Lucy. "Lucy!" Ryan gasped, rushing toward her. Her face was pale, her eyes wide and glassy. Her clothes were soaked, hair hanging in wet strands around her face. "Lucy, are you okay?" Ryan asked, gripping her shoulders. Lucy's mouth opened, slowly, but her eyes were wrong. They were black, completely black. "Ryan," Carter whispered. Lucy's mouth curled upward into a smile. Her head tilted unnaturally to the side. "I found you," she whispered. Ryan stumbled back. "You're not?" Lucy's hand shot out, grabbing Ryan's wrist. Her grip was ice cold. Ryan screamed as her fingers squeezed too strong, inhumanly strong. Brandon swung the poker. It smashed into Lucy's arm with a dull crack. She released Ryan and staggered back, black liquid dripping from her wrist. Lucy's face twisted into a mask of rage. Brandon lunged toward her, but Lucy suddenly retreated, her body dissolving into pale mist. She vanished into the shadows. "What the hell was that?" Carter shouted. "It wasn't her," Ryan panted, clutching his wrist. "It looked like her, but it wasn't." "Then where the hell is the real Lucy?" Carter demanded. Brandon shook his head. "We have to keep moving," Brandon said. "Come on." They pushed forward into the corridor. Ryan's heart hammered in his chest. His wrist throbbed where Lucy, or whatever it was, had grabbed him. "This place isn't real," Ryan muttered. "Oh, it's real," Brandon said. "But I don't think we're in our world anymore." They moved deeper into the stone corridor. The hallway twisted and shifted, unnaturally, corners bending in impossible directions, stairs leading downward and upward without logic. The light overhead buzzed and flickered. Ryan's shoes splashed through shallow puddles of water as they rounded a bend. Suddenly, Brandon stopped short. Ryan crashed into him. Brandon lifted the poker. "Do you see that?" Ryan followed his gaze, and his blood turned to ice, ... Ahead of them stood a massive iron gate. Behind it was a room, an enormous circular chamber lined with torches. At the center was a black stone altar. On the altar lay... "Oh my God," Carter whispered. "Holly." Her wrists and ankles were tied to the stone slab. Her head lolled to the side, her breathing shallow. Blood dripped from a gash on her forehead. Ryan ran toward the gate. "Holly!" He gripped the iron bars and shook them. They didn't budge. We have to get her out of there. Brandon scanned the wall. A rusty lever was mounted nearby. He grabbed it and pulled. The gate creaked and began to rise. They rushed into the chamber. Ryan knelt beside Holly, checking her pulse. "She's alive," he said, exhaling in relief. Carter stood at the edge of the room, glancing nervously at the walls. "We need to hurry." Ryan untied Holly's wrists. Her eyes fluttered open. "Ryan?" she whispered. I've got you," Ryan said. "Ryan?" Holly's voice was barely audible. "It's a trap." A soft, rustling sound filled the chamber. Ryan's breath caught in his throat. From the shadows beyond the altar, figures emerged, pale, hollow-eyed, wearing suits and tattered dresses. Their mouths twisted into unnatural smiles. "Oh, shit," Carter whispered. Brandon lifted the poker. "Stay behind me." The figures advanced slowly at first, then faster. One lunged at Brandon. He swung the poker, smashing it across its face. The figure's head snapped back unnaturally, but it didn't fall. Ryan pulled Holly into a sitting position. "We have to move." Brandon smashed the poker into another figure's chest. "There's too many of them." Ryan lifted Holly to her feet. "Over there," Carter shouted, pointing toward a narrow tunnel at the far side of the room. They sprinted toward it. Brandon swung the poker, clearing a path. One of the figures grabbed Ryan's arm. He wrenched free and ran. They dove into the tunnel. The figures didn't follow. They stumbled down the corridor, panting. Ryan propped Holly against the wall. Her breathing was labored. "I don't understand," Carter said. "How did she get there?" "She was taken," Holly whispered. "By who?" Brandon asked. Holly's face was pale. "They took me," she said. "Dragged me down here. They were waiting for you." "Who?" Ryan whispered. Holly's eyes welled with tears. "The people who lived here," she said. Brandon stiffened. "That's not possible. This house was abandoned decades ago." Holly shook her head. "No," she said. "It's older than that. They've been here for centuries." Ryan's throat went dry. "Who are they?" Holly's eyes were glassy. "They were trapped here," she whispered, "until we opened the door." A low rumbling noise vibrated through the corridor. The stone walls trembled. "Oh no," Holly whispered. The sound of footsteps filled the air. Heavy, slow. A tall figure appeared at the end of the tunnel. It was the man from the basement. Ryan stood protectively in front of Holly. "Why are you doing this?" Ryan shouted. The man's mouth curled into a smile. "You opened the door," he said. Brandon lifted the poker dot. "Come on," Brandon growled. "Let's see what you've got." The man's head tilted unnaturally. "You don't understand," he said. The corridor darkened. "You didn't let us out," the man whispered. Ryan's heart seized. "You let something else in." Ryan's breath hitched in his throat. The man's eyes, if they could even be called that, reflected no light. They were pure black voids, swallowing the dim glow of the tunnel's flickering lights. His twisted smile widened unnaturally. His head cocked to the side, the bones in his neck making a sickening crack. Behind him, more figures emerged from the darkness, pale, hollow-eyed. Their lips curled into identical, inhuman smiles. "You don't understand," the man repeated, his voice low and hollow. "You opened the door. You let them in." Ryan took a step back, shielding Holly with his body. His heart pounded so hard it hurt. "Stay back," Brandon growled, stepping forward with the iron poker raised. The man's smile widened. You think that will stop us? Brandon swung. The poker smashed into the side of the man's head with a heavy crack. His head whipped to the side, but then slowly he straightened, the twisted grin never leaving his face. The sound of bones realigning echoed through the tunnel. Wrong move, the man whispered. His hand shot out unnaturally fast, too fast. He grabbed Brandon's arm and twisted. Brandon screamed as the poker clattered to the floor. His knees buckled. Ryan lunged forward, slamming his shoulder into the man's chest. It was like hitting a wall, but it worked. The man stumbled back, releasing Brandon. Carter grabbed Brandon under the arm and hauled him to his feet. We have to go, Carter shouted. Ryan helped Holly up. Come on. They ran. The tunnel twisted and shifted beneath their feet. The walls felt like they were closing in. More figures emerged from the darkness, some with gaping wounds and rotted skin, others looking freshly dead. Ryan's mind raced, his legs burned. Holly's breathing was weak beside him. A shape appeared ahead, a tall black door set into the stone wall, the same door from the basement. There, Ryan shouted. He and Carter threw themselves against it. It didn't budge. Shit. Ryan slammed his fists against it. Open. From the shadows behind them, the man's voice echoed. There is no escape. Ryan turned and his heart nearly stopped. The figures were closing in, but now they were shifting. Their faces stretched and twisted, features blending and reforming into something monstrous. Long fingers curled into sharp claws. Mouths stretched into unnatural smiles. Black sludge dripped from their lips. We are home, the man said. And so are you. Ryan slammed his hands against the door again. Open. Brandon stumbled toward him, clutching his arm. His face was pale. They don't want us to leave. Ryan's eyes widened. No, he whispered. They don't. A sound filled the tunnel. Scratching, soft at first but growing louder. The figures' heads twitched in unison. The man's smile faltered. That's not possible, he whispered. The scratching grew louder, turning into a deep rumbling. The stone walls shook violently. Dust fell from the ceiling. Ryan turned toward the door and saw it. A crack appeared down the center. Light poured through from the other side. The man's eyes widened. No, he said. You can't. The crack widened with a loud snap. Suddenly, Lucy was there. Her pale, wide-eyed face appeared through the gap. Her eyes were her own again, blue, not black. Ryan, she screamed. Come on. Ryan's breath caught. Lucy. The door was opening, but barely. The gap was narrow, just enough for one person at a time. Holly first, Ryan said. Brandon helped lift Holly toward the door. Lucy reached through, grabbing her hands and pulling her to the other side. Go, Ryan shouted. Carter scrambled through next. Then Brandon. Ryan turned to face the man. The man's face was changing now, his flesh sloughing away to reveal something dark and skeletal beneath. His mouth unhinged, black tendrils writhing within. You will not leave, the man growled. His voice was no longer human. The figures lunged forward. Ryan spun and Lucy screamed, Ryan! Ryan dove toward the door. Hands scraped at his back, fingers tearing at his shirt and skin. A clawed hand wrapped around his ankle. Ryan screamed. Lucy grabbed his arm and pulled hard. The claw dug into Ryan's leg. Pain shot through him. He screamed, and then suddenly he was free. Lucy yanked him through the door. Ryan tumbled to the ground as the door slammed shut behind him with a deafening boom. Silence. Ryan lay on his back, chest heaving. The cool air stung his lungs. His leg throbbed with pain. Lucy hovered over him, tears in her eyes. "Ryan, oh my God, are you okay?" Ryan coughed. "I think so." Brandon stumbled toward them. Carter was already checking Holly's pulse. "We made it," Brandon said, breathless. Ryan sat up and froze. They were back in the basement. The concrete walls were cracked, but the door was gone. Only bare stone remained where it had once stood. Lucy helped Ryan to his feet. His legs shook beneath him. "I saw you guys disappear," Lucy said. "It was like the whole basement was folding in on itself. Where the hell were we?" Brandon whispered. Ryan shook his head. "I don't know." A soft, creaking noise made them all turn. From the far side of the basement, the old wooden stairs leading to the main floor had collapsed completely. "We need to get out of here," Carter said. Ryan nodded. He helped Holly to her feet. She was pale and trembling, but she could walk. Brandon found another set of stairs on the opposite side of the room. They climbed slowly, emerging into the main hallway of the house. The front door was open. They stepped outside into the night. Cold wind brushed against Ryan's face. He turned, looking back at the house. It was different now, smaller, older, its windows dark, its paint flaking. Lucy took his hand. "What now?" Ryan's jaw tightened. "We leave," he said. They walked down the driveway, no one speaking. When they reached the road, Ryan glanced back one last time. The house stood in darkness, but in one of the upper windows, a figure stood watching. Ryan's chest tightened. He stepped toward the road, then paused. A soft sound drifted from the house, scratching. The figure in the window smiled. Ryan's breath hitched. He turned away and kept walking. They walked down the dark road together, their footsteps fading into the night. Behind them, the house stood silent, the window empty, but the sound of scratching lingered soft and steady beneath the howling wind. The Lighthouse That Calls. It started with a phone call. Dr. Emily Carter had been working as a marine biologist for almost 10 years, but when the department head called her into his office with a strange offer, she knew something was off. She sat in a worn leather chair across from Professor Harding, a balding man with sunken eyes who rarely smiled. "Emily," he said, steepling his fingers, "I have an assignment that requires someone with your expertise." Emily frowned. "Where?" "East Hollow Island," Harding said. Her heart sank. East Hollow was the site of a now abandoned fishing village, about 40 miles off the coast. The place had a grim reputation: storm wrecks, missing sailors, strange sightings in the fog. The village had been abandoned decades ago, leaving behind nothing but the decaying lighthouse. Harding slid a folder across the desk toward her. "A research station was set up there last year," he said. "The last biologist stationed there, Dr. Elias Crawford, filed several unusual reports. Then he vanished. The Coast Guard searched the island, but they never found him. You would be picking up where he left off. Emily stared at the folder. What kind of unusual reports? Harding hesitated. Disturbances in the water. Anomalies in the local marine life. He also mentioned noises. Noises? A sound coming from the lighthouse. Emily felt a chill crawl up her spine. So why send me? Harding smiled faintly. Because you're the best we have. Emily stood at the edge of the dock 2 days later, a salty wind whipping her dark hair around her face. The boat was a small, weathered thing called the Mayflower, piloted by an older man named Joe Kavanaugh. He stood at the helm, chewing tobacco, his weathered face expressionless. Bit late in the season to be heading out to East Hollow, Joe said, his voice rough with age. Emily zipped up her jacket. I don't mind the cold. Joe gave her a knowing look. It's not the cold you should be worried about. The trip to East Hollow took 3 hours. The sea was restless, choppy waves crashing against the boat's hull. Emily watched the horizon until the jagged outline of the island came into view. The lighthouse rose from the cliffs like a stone fang, its white paint chipped and weathered by the element. Joe pulled the boat alongside a rotting dock. You sure you want to stay here? Emily slung her duffel over her shoulder. I've got a job to do. Joe's gaze darkened. If the light comes on, don't answer it. Emily frowned. What do you mean? Joe shook his head. Just be careful. The research station was a small building perched on the edge of the cliff near the lighthouse. Inside it was cramped but functional, a bunk bed, a small desk with a radio, and a refrigerator stocked with supplies. A collection of Dr. Crawford's notebooks sat stacked on the desk. Emily flipped through one. The writing started out neat and clinical, but gradually grew more erratic. A low hum beneath the waves. The light turned on again last night. I saw something moving at the edge of the rocks. It knows I'm here. Emily set the notebook down and rubbed the chill from her arms. Outside, the sun was already setting. She decided to inspect the lighthouse before it got dark. The lighthouse stood at the top of a narrow, rocky path. Its door was slightly ajar, swaying in the wind. Emily stepped inside, the smell of salt and mildew heavy in the air. The spiral staircase stretched upward, disappearing into shadow. She climbed slowly, her footsteps echoing against the stone walls. At the top, the large glass chamber held the lighthouse's Fresnel lens. The machinery was covered in dust and rust, clearly inoperable. Then why had Crawford claimed it had turned on? Emily turned to leave when the light blazed to life. She stumbled back, shielding her eyes as the beam cut through the evening fog. What the hell? And at the edge of the rocks, something was moving. A dark shape, almost humanoid, emerged from the surf. Long, twisted limbs pulled it from the water. Its skin glistened under the moonlight like wet stone, its face hidden behind a curtain of dripping black hair. Emily stumbled back. The creature stepped onto the rocks, rising to its full height. Its chest expanded with a wet, rattling breath. Then its head slowly turned toward her. It was watching her. Emily turned and ran. Behind her, she heard the sound of claws scraping over rock and the heavy slap of wet feet against stone. She reached the research station and slammed the door shut, locking it. Her breath hitched as she leaned against the wall, trying to calm her pounding heart. Then the sound of scratching started. long nails scraping against the glass of the station window. Emily grabbed the emergency radio and turned the dial. "Mayday, this is Dr. Emily Carter. I'm on East Hollow Island. Something's out there. Static." Then, beneath the white noise, a soft sound. A voice. Emily. She dropped the radio and backed away from the window as the scratching intensified. "Emily, come outside." The light from the lighthouse swept across the beach. The figure was gone. Her trembling breath fogged the window. She turned toward the door only to see something pressed against the glass. A face, wet black hair, pale skin, completely white eyes. "Come outside. We've been waiting for you." Emily screamed as the window shattered. She woke up hours later, curled on the floor. The room was dark, and the lighthouse beam was no longer sweeping across the water. The glass window was shattered inward, the floor wet with seawater. Emily sat up slowly, her head throbbing. Then she noticed something in her hand, a shell. She stood and stepped toward the broken window. The beach below was empty, but there were wet footprints leading away from the research station. Out toward the water, Emily's radio crackled. "Calling all vessels in the area, this is the Coast Guard. Repeat, East Hollow Island, abandoned lighthouse." Emily snatched it up. "Hello, this is Dr. Carter. Static. Repeat, Dr. Elias Crawford reported missing. No sign of distress." Emily's blood turned cold. Dr. Elias Crawford had gone missing months ago. "Come outside. We're waiting." Emily didn't sleep that night. She sat on the floor of the research station, the broken window boarded up with pieces of an old wooden crate she'd found behind the station. Her hands were shaking as she gripped a mug of cold coffee, her breath fogging the chilled air. The radio sat beside her, silent now except for the occasional crackle of static. She'd heard his voice, Elias Crawford's voice, but Elias was dead, or at the very least, missing. The wet footprints on the shore were gone now, washed away by the tide. But the memory of the creature's pale face pressed against the glass was burned into her mind. She needed to get off this island. But when she tried the satellite phone in the storage closet, all she got was static. The same when she tried the emergency radio, cut off. Emily's gaze drifted toward Crawford's notebook on the desk. His handwriting was frantic near the end. "The light comes on at night. It's not broken, I tested the wiring. But it's not the mechanism turning it on, it's something else. Something in the water. I saw it last night. It was watching me. I think it knows my name." Emily slammed the book shut. She couldn't sit here and wait for whatever was out there to come back. She needed answers. And she knew where to look. Emily stood at the base of the lighthouse, the sea wind whipping through her hair as the sun struggled to break through the fog. The lighthouse door was still open from the night before. She stepped inside and climbed the spiral staircase, her footsteps echoing off the damp stone walls. At the top, the lens was dark, but the floor beneath it was wet. Seawater pooled around the base of the machinery. Emily crouched down and touched it. Ice cold. A whisper echoed through the glass. "Emily." She spun around. No one was there. "Emily, come down to the water." She backed away toward the stairs, breathing hard. Her foot brushed against something metal. A key. It was resting beneath the lens, rusted and old. She picked it up and turned it over in her hand. What the hell is this doing here? Her gaze drifted toward the far side of the lighthouse, where a trapdoor lay partially hidden beneath an old canvas tarp. Emily pulled the tarp back and lifted the door. A ladder descended into darkness. She hesitated, then started climbing down ... The passage beneath the lighthouse was carved into the bedrock of the island. The stone walls were slick with moisture, and the air smelled of salt and mildew. The key in her hand seemed to pulse with a cold energy as she moved deeper into the tunnel. Faint sounds echoed ahead like breathing. Emily turned a corner and entered a large chamber. It was a vault. The walls were covered in strange carvings, spirals, and symbols that looked almost nautical. Rusted chains hung from the ceiling, and in the center of the room stood a stone altar covered in dried seaweed and barnacles. A sound behind her made her spin. Footsteps. A figure emerged from the shadows. Tall, gaunt, barefoot. His skin was pale and covered in deep fissures like cracks in dry clay. His dark hair hung in wet strands over his face. Emily took a shaky step back. Elias? He lifted his head. His eyes were glassy white, like milk. Emily, he said, his voice rough and waterlogged. You shouldn't be here. You're alive. I am now, Elias said. His mouth twisted into a crooked smile. But I don't know how much longer. Emily's breath hitched. What happened to you? Elias stepped toward her. It woke up. What woke up? Woke up. He looked toward the altar. His eyes darkened. They call it the Old One. Emily shook her head. That's just a story. No, Elias whispered. It's real. Behind him, the wall pulsed. The stone surface rippled as if something was breathing beneath it. The carvings began to glow faintly with a pale green light. When the light turns on, Elias said, it's a signal. It calls to it. Emily swallowed hard. The thing beneath the island. The wall behind him shuddered violently. A low groan rolled through the chamber. Elias's eyes widened. We have to leave. Suddenly the wall burst open in a shower of rock and seawater. Something enormous pushed through. A shape twisted in the gloom. Glimpses of black, rubbery skin and long, spindly limbs flashed in the green light. Rows of teeth curled inward like a lamprey's mouth. A cluster of lidless eyes stared in multiple directions at once. Run, Elias screamed. Emily turned and sprinted toward the tunnel, Elias behind her. The ground shook as the creature tore through the stone, its limbs writhing and slapping the walls. The tunnel narrowed, and Emily nearly slipped on the wet stone as they fled upward. Go, go, Elias yelled. Emily burst through the trapdoor and collapsed onto the lighthouse floor. Elias followed, slamming the door shut behind him. They ran down the stairs 2 at a time and out into the open air. Emily glanced over her shoulder as the lighthouse shuddered. The creature's limbs pressed against the glass walls of the lantern room, warping the metal frame. Then the light switched on. A blinding beam of white light cut through the fog, sweeping over the water ... Emily clutched Elias's arm. What's it doing? It's calling to the others, Elias said. Others? A low groan rose from the water below. Emily's eyes widened as more shapes began rising from the waves. Dozens of them. Long limbs, pale, glassy eyes, sharp teeth. Oh, God! Elias grabbed her arm. We have to stop it. Emily shook her head. How? Elias's expression hardened. We destroy the lighthouse. What? How? We overload the mechanism. The generator in the basement. Emily's heart hammered. That could kill us. It's that or die here, Elias said. Take your pick. Emily swallowed hard, then nodded, ... They ran toward the research station. Behind them, the lighthouse continued to pulse with light. More shapes were crawling onto the rocks. In the station, Elias yanked open a hatch in the floor, revealing the backup generator. He flipped a series of switches and ripped the safety casing off the... You have to pull it when I say. What are you going to do? Emily yelled. I'm going to draw them in. What? Elias grabbed her wrist. His eyes were calm despite the terror unfolding outside. You can't stop it without a sacrifice. No, Elias. He let go and ran toward the lighthouse. Elias. The beam of light suddenly intensified, burning brighter than the sun. The creatures screamed, covering their faces as they lurched toward the source of the light. Ah! Now, Elias shouted from the top of the lighthouse. Emily grabbed the fuse and yanked it free. The generator exploded. A wave of heat blasted through the station. The lighthouse shuddered, then erupted in a blinding flash of white light. Emily shielded her eyes as the creatures screamed. When the light faded, the creatures were gone. The lighthouse stood silent, black smoke curling from the shattered lantern room. Emily ran toward the wreckage. Elias, he was gone. Ah? The sea was calm now. The fog was clearing. Emily collapsed to her knees, tears burning her eyes. Far off in the distance, beneath the waves, she thought she heard the echo of Elias's voice. Emily, Emily sat on the rocky shore, her arms wrapped around her knees. The broken remnants of the lighthouse loomed behind her, silhouetted against the dawn sky. The sun was climbing over the horizon, painting the water in hues of pale gold and soft gray. Elias was gone. The creatures were gone too, at least, she hoped they were. The lighthouse had exploded in a brilliant burst of white light, and the grotesque figures that had crawled from the sea had vanished beneath the waves. But the sea was still, too still. The silence felt unnatural. Emily's gaze drifted toward the water. Small waves lapped at the rocks. Just beneath the surface, dark shapes moved slowly, too large to be ordinary fish. Her breath hitched as one of them rose slightly from the water, a pale, smooth head with no discernible features except for two black, lidless eyes. It disappeared beneath the surface before Emily could fully process what she'd seen. ... She sat there for a long time, the cold seeping into her bones. Then, slowly, she stood. Her legs felt unsteady as she climbed the hill back toward the research station. The building was a wreck. The force of the explosion had shattered most of the windows, and the metal siding was scorched black. The emergency generator was a twisted hunk of steel and burnt wires. The radio, however, was intact. Emily sat down and switched it on, her hands trembling. A burst of static filled the room. Then, after a moment, "This is the Coast Guard. We've received your distress signal. Respond if you can hear us." Emily's throat tightened. "This is Emily Caldwell. I need help." "Emily, you're coming in faint. Can you clarify your location?" She glanced toward the broken lighthouse through the window. "North Haven Island, near the old lighthouse. It's gone now." There was a long pause on the other end. "We're sending a team to retrieve you, Emily. Sit tight." Emily closed her eyes, resting her forehead against the edge of the desk. Her breathing slowed, but her heart kept hammering in her chest. They were sending help? She was going to get out of here? But she wasn't sure if it was over, because the light, despite the explosion, was still there. 3 hours later, the rescue boat bobbed just off the rocky shore. 2 Coast Guard officers climbed out and waded toward her. "Emily Caldwell?" one of them asked. Emily nodded. "Yes." The officer's face softened when he saw the state of her dirt-streaked skin, torn clothing, and the haunted look in her eyes. "Let's get you out of here." They helped her into the boat. As they motored away from the island, Emily watched the lighthouse recede into the distance, or at least what was left of it, ... The top of the structure was completely destroyed. The glass from the lantern room was gone, the twisted iron frame barely holding together. But even with all the damage, the base of the tower still stood tall. And then, impossibly, a faint beam of white light flickered at the top of the tower. Emily's breath hitched. "Do you see that?" One of the officers followed her gaze. "See what?" "The light. It's back on." The officer frowned. "Miss, the lighthouse was destroyed. There's no power running to it." But she saw it, a soft pulse of white light. Emily gripped the side of the boat. "It's still working. Just close your eyes," the officer said gently. "You've been through a lot." Emily forced herself to look away from the lighthouse, but that flicker of light stayed imprinted on the back of her eyelids. 3 weeks later, Emily sat at her kitchen table, a hot cup of coffee growing cold in her hands. She hadn't been sleeping. Every time she closed her eyes, she heard the sound of the sea. And sometimes, if she lay still enough, she could hear the soft creaking of the lighthouse's beams and the sound of water dripping onto stone. She'd given her statement to the authorities, told them everything except for the creatures. She knew they wouldn't believe her. Hell, she barely believed it herself, but the nightmares wouldn't go away. The sound of Elias's voice haunted her. That moment when he had run toward the lighthouse, knowing what would happen. Her phone vibrated on the table. She picked it up and glanced at the screen. A text from an unknown number. "Come back." Emily's chest tightened. Her hands trembled as she typed out a response. "Who is this?" Another message appeared immediately. "Come back to the island." Emily stood, her heart racing. Her hands were sweating. Her phone vibrated again. This time it was a voicemail. With shaking hands, she played it. A soft voice crackled through the speaker. "Emily, it's me." Her breath caught in her throat. Elias's voice. "Emily, I need you to come back. It's not over. It's waking up. Please, hurry." Her hand flew to her mouth, then static. The call ended. Emily stumbled toward the window, looking out at the gray morning sky. For a long moment, she stood there, her heart thundering in her chest. She couldn't go back, but the light was still on. And Elias, what if he was still alive? The phone buzzed again. One last message. Follow the light. 1 week later, Emily stood on the deck of a charter boat, the wind whipping her hair as the island came into view. The lighthouse was still standing, but something was different. The light was no longer white. It was red. As the boat approached the rocky shore, Emily could see shapes moving beneath the surface of the water. Dark shapes. The boat captain glanced nervously toward the island. "Are you sure about this?" Emily's mouth was dry. "I don't have a choice." The boat pulled up beside the dock. Emily climbed out and walked toward the ruined lighthouse. Halfway up the rocky path, she saw him. Elias stood at the base of the tower, barefoot, his dark hair plastered to his face by the sea wind. He smiled faintly. "You came back." Emily's breath hitched. How are you alive?" "I never left." Elias held out his hand. Emily hesitated, then reached for him. His hand was cold. As they walked toward the lighthouse together, Emily glanced toward the water. ... The dark shapes beneath the waves were rising. Their pale heads broke the surface. Dozens of them. ... Elias smiled. "You always belonged here, Emily." The door to the lighthouse creaked open. Emily's heartbeat quickened. Inside, the red light pulsed steadily. She took one step forward, then another. The sea roared behind her, and the lighthouse swallowed her whole. ... Emily's feet hit the cold stone floor of the lighthouse with a hollow echo. Elias's hand was still wrapped around hers, his grip firm but unnaturally cold. The heavy wooden door shut behind them with a deafening boom, plunging the room into near darkness. Only the red glow from the lantern room above provided any light, casting shifting shadows across the walls. Emily's breath came in ragged gasps as her eyes adjusted. The circular walls of the lighthouse were damp with moisture, streaked with dark lines that resembled veins. The air was thick with the briny scent of seawater and something else, something rotten. Elias's hand tightened around hers as he led her toward the spiraling staircase that wound upward. The steps were slick beneath her feet, covered in algae and salt deposits. The red light overhead pulsed in slow, steady beats, like the rhythm of a heartbeat. "You said you needed help," Emily whispered, her voice barely audible over the distant sound of waves crashing outside. Elias smiled faintly without looking back at her. "I do." They climbed higher. The sound of the sea grew louder, a deafening roar that seemed to vibrate through the stone walls. And beneath it, Emily could hear something else, a low, deep sound, like the distant bellow of a whale, except wrong. She hesitated on the steps. "Elias, what's up there?" His grip tightened painfully. The truth. Emily's stomach turned. Her pulse hammered in her ears. I think I should go back." "You can't," Elias said softly. "It's already begun." Suddenly a dark shape moved at the edge of her vision. Emily flinched. A pale hand curled around the railing above her long, thin fingers with webbed skin stretched taut between them. A figure pulled itself over the edge of the stairs. Its head was smooth and bulbous, with two large black eyes that reflected the red light from above. Its mouth gaped open, revealing rows of needle-thin teeth. A low, guttural sound issued from its throat as it began to crawl down toward them. Emily screamed and tried to pull away, but Elias held fast. "Don't fight it," he whispered. Emily tore free from his grasp and stumbled backward. The creature lunged, but Elias moved between them. "No," Elias said sharply. His voice was calm, commanding. "She's not ready yet." The creature stopped, its head cocked unnaturally to the side, and after a moment it slithered back into the darkness. Emily backed down a few steps. "What the hell is going on?" "You've always belonged here, Emily," Elias said, turning toward her. His face was calm, serene. "You've been called since the day you were born." Emily's hand flew to her mouth. "What are you talking about?" Elias smiled faintly. "The lighthouse called you. You're part of it. We're all part of it." Emily shook her head. "No, I'm leaving. I'm done." "You don't understand." Elias stepped toward her. "You've already crossed over." Emily's breath hitched. She stumbled down the steps, her heart slamming in her chest. "No," she whispered. "No, I didn't." "You stepped through the light," Elias said. His expression darkened. "There's no going back." Emily reached the bottom of the stairs and bolted for the door. She yanked on the handle. It didn't budge. Behind her, she heard Elias's footsteps approaching. "You can't leave now." Emily turned. Elias stood on the stairs, his face cast in deep shadow by the pulsing red light. His eyes were black, now glossy and empty. His skin was beginning to change, the texture shifting to something wet and slick. "The others are waiting," he said softly. A noise came from outside, a wet, scraping sound. Then the pounding began. A hand white and boneless lapped against the window. Another one followed, then another. Dozens of pale hands crawled over the glass, leaving smears of brine and dark fluid. A face pressed against the glass, a grotesque, distorted face with lidless black eyes and a mouth stretched into a silent scream. They were trying to get in. Emily backed away. "Let me out." "You're part of the ritual now," Elias said. His voice had changed, lower, more guttural. Emily grabbed the nearest object, a heavy brass lantern, from the floor and hurled it at the window. The glass shattered. Cold air and seawater rushed in, spraying Emily's face with salt. The creatures outside screamed. Emily pulled herself through the broken window and tumbled onto the rocks below. Her arm exploded with pain as she hit the jagged surface, but she forced herself to her feet and ran. Behind her, the lighthouse groaned. The red light grew brighter, and the creatures were coming. They slithered down the side of the lighthouse, their pale bodies writhing unnaturally over the rocks. Some crawled toward her. Others slipped into the water and began swimming toward shore. Emily ran for the dock. The rescue boat was still there, tethered to the dock, bobbing in the dark water. She reached it, throwing herself over the side. Her hands fumbled with the motor as the creatures began to emerge from the water, their dark eyes shining beneath the surface. A hand wrapped around her ankle. She screamed and kicked. The creature's hand was ice cold, its grip impossibly strong. Emily grabbed a flare gun from beneath the bench and fired directly into the creature's face. It screamed and released her, sinking beneath the surface. The motor roared to life. Emily shoved the throttle forward, and the boat shot away from the dock. She watched as the lighthouse grew smaller in the distance. The red light pulsed faster. And then, with a sudden, concussive boom, the entire lighthouse collapsed in on itself. A massive wave surged outward from the shore, lifting the boat and nearly capsizing it. Emily gripped the wheel and steered toward open water. She didn't stop until the island was nothing more than a dark smudge on the horizon. 2 months later, Emily sat in a small apartment, her hands wrapped around a mug of tea. Rain tapped gently against the window pane. The television in the background was tuned to the news. Officials have confirmed the collapse of the North Haven lighthouse, believed to have been caused by structural weakness. No casualties were reported. Emily's eyes darkened. She picked up her phone and scrolled through her messages. One new message. No number attached. You left too soon. Emily's hands trembled. She stood and crossed the room to the window. Beyond the rain, she could just make out the distant line of the sea. A light blinked on the horizon. A faint red glow. Emily backed away from the window, her breath shallow. The phone buzzed again. Come back. Emily dropped the phone. The light outside blinked steadily. Her heart hammered in her chest as a dark shape rose from the water far out at sea. And then another, and another. A low sound drifted through the night, deep and mournful, the call of the sea, and the light pulsed, waiting. The town that disappears. I'm not sure why I chose to follow this particular lead. In my line of work, you get a lot of strange tips, people calling in about ghosts, UFO sightings, or government cover-ups. Usually it's nonsense, but this one stuck with me. Maybe it was the way the man's voice shook on the phone, or maybe it was the words he said right before hanging up. The town doesn't exist, but it's there. I'm Olivia Harper. I've been working as an investigative journalist for close to 10 years, mostly covering corruption, political scandals, and crime. I don't believe in the supernatural, or at least, I didn't. Not until I started digging into this story. It started with a single photograph that arrived in the mail. No return address. The photo showed an aerial view of a town I didn't recognize, small houses, a church steeple, a town square with a stone fountain in the middle. On the back was a single word written in neat block letters. Glenwood? I'd never heard of Glenwood. A quick search online turned up nothing. No town by that name in the state. No record of it existing at all. That should have been the end of it. But then I checked the maps. An old road atlas from the 1960s showed a small town named Glenwood, located somewhere in the central part of the state. It was marked on a few other old maps I found at the library, too, always in the same spot. But more recent maps? Nothing. It was like the town had been erased. I mentioned it to my editor, Sarah. She raised an eyebrow, but didn't tell me not to pursue it. Could be a ghost town, she suggested. Or maybe someone bribed a map company to wipe it off the books. But why? That's what you're going to find out, she said. So I packed my bags, rented a car, and hit the road. The drive took me through rolling hills and winding back roads. My GPS couldn't find Glenwood, so I had to rely on the old paper maps I'd photocopied. After about 3 hours of driving, I started to worry I'd made a mistake. Then I saw it. A hand-painted wooden sign at the side of the road. Welcome to Glenwood, population 763. I slowed the car. There was a narrow road leading into a valley, lined with tall, dark pines. At the bottom, I saw the town from the photograph, a quaint cluster of houses, a white church steeple, and the stone fountain in the square. As I drove down the road, I passed a woman standing near a general store. She wore a faded green dress and a wide-brimmed hat. She smiled and gave me a little wave as I passed. It seemed normal. I pulled into the town square and parked near the fountain. A few people were milling around a man unloading supplies from a truck, 2 kids riding bicycles. No one seemed particularly surprised to see me. I got out of the car and approached the nearest person. a man in his 60s wearing a denim jacket and a friendly smile. "Excuse me," I said. "I'm looking for Glenwood." "This is it," the man said with a chuckle. "You've found it. How long have you lived here?" "My whole life," he said. "We don't get many visitors, though." "What brings you out here?" "I'm a journalist," I said. "I'm working on a story about forgotten towns." Glenwood came up in my research. The man's smile faltered for a brief second, but then it was back. "Well, I guess you found a real hidden gem. Let me know if you need anything. Folks around here are real friendly." I thanked him and walked toward the general store. A brass bell above the door chimed as I stepped inside. A young woman stood behind the counter, wiping down a jar of candy. "Welcome," she said brightly. "Can I help you with something?" "Just looking around," I said. The store was stocked with old-fashioned goods, glass soda bottles, canned preserves, penny candy. It was like stepping into the 1950s. "What's your name?" the woman asked. "Olivia." "I'm Grace," she said. She leaned forward, lowering her voice. "You're not from around here, are you?" "Nope. First time in Glenwood." Grace's smile tightened. "You might want to be careful." "Careful?" She glanced toward the window where the man in the denim jacket was standing across the street, still smiling in my direction. "People here don't really like outsiders asking too many questions." I frowned. "I thought you said everyone was friendly?" Grace's expression darkened. "They are. Just careful." I thanked her and left the store. The afternoon passed uneventfully. I wandered through the town, snapping pictures of the old buildings and the stone fountain. Everyone I spoke to was pleasant, polite, but it felt off too polite, like they were rehearsing something. Around sunset, I checked into a small inn on the edge of town. The owner was a middle-aged woman named Mrs. Holloway, who wore her hair in a neat gray bun and smiled warmly as she handed me a brass key. "There's a curfew after dark," she said, "for safety." "Safety? Things happen sometimes," she said. "Like what?" Her smile didn't fade. "We don't talk about it." I lay awake that night, listening. At first, there was nothing, just the usual creaking of an old building. Then I heard it, scratching at the window. I sat up and stared toward the glass. A shadow passed across the window pane. I slid out of bed, heart hammering, and crossed the room. Slowly I lifted the edge of the curtain. A face stared back at me. White, expressionless skin stretched tight over a bald head. Its eyes were black and glossy, unblinking. Its mouth was parted slightly, and beneath the thin lips I could see rows of small, sharp teeth. I stumbled backward. The face disappeared. Footsteps scraped across the roof. Then silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning I went to the town hall. An older man sat behind the desk. He introduced himself as Mayor Clancy. He had a wide, toothy grin that never quite reached his eyes. "I'm working on a story about Glenwood," I said. "I was hoping to see some records." "Of course," Clancy said. He handed me a dusty ledger. I flipped through the pages. The handwriting was neat and consistent, births, deaths, marriages, all documented. But something was off. The names repeated. Same first names, same last names. Over and over again, stretching back for nearly a century. "Is this a mistake?" I asked. "No mistake," Clancy said. "Glenwood has a long history, but why are the same names repeated?" He smiled. "Glenwood likes to keep its families close." I suddenly felt cold. And how many families live here? Clancy's eyes glinted. Only the ones who belong. The door behind me shut with a soft click. I turned to see Grace standing there. Her expression was grim. "You should leave," she said softly. Clancy's smile widened. "I don't think she can," he said. I left the town hall and went straight for my car. I started the engine and hit the gas. The road wound through the valley. My hands shook as I gripped the wheel. Then I saw the sign, "Welcome to Glenwood, population 763. I slammed on the brakes. I turned the car around, driving back the other way. 5 minutes later, I passed the sign again. Welcome to Glenwood, population 763. My heart dropped into my stomach. I was trapped. My hands were shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. My heart was thundering in my ears. I couldn't have passed the sign twice. I turned the car around again, speeding down the winding road away from Glenwood. The pines blurred past as I pushed the gas pedal to the floor. This time I kept track of how far I was going, counting the seconds, the bends in the road, the landmarks, a faded red barn, a twisted oak tree with dead branches, a small stone wall covered in ivy. I passed them all, and then, just as I began to feel like I might actually be escaping, the road curved, and there it was. "Welcome to Glenwood, population 763. "No," I whispered. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding on the loose gravel. I put it in reverse, backing up until the sign disappeared from view. Then I floored it, speeding straight ahead. Another curve, the sign again. "Welcome to Glenwood, population 763. I screamed and pounded the steering wheel. I cut the engine and climbed out of the car, breathing hard. The town lay ahead of me, nestled in the misty valley beneath the shadow of the mountains. The church steeple rose high above the rooftops, and the town square was dotted with the same townspeople I'd seen yesterday calmly going about their business. I stumbled back toward the road, scanning the tree line for a hidden turnoff, a gap in the brush, anything that might explain what was happening. But there was nothing. A soft cough behind me made me turn. Grace stood at the edge of the road, her pale blue dress fluttering slightly in the breeze. "You can't leave," she said softly. I took a step toward her. "Why not?" Her eyes darted toward the trees. "Because it won't let you." My mouth was dry. "What won't?" She shook her head. "Come with me." We walked toward the center of town. I could feel the eyes of the townspeople on me. Too many eyes. People sitting on porches, standing near market stalls, leaning out of windows, all of them watching me with two wide smiles and two still expressions. I followed Grace down a narrow side street and into a small house. It was old but clean, the furniture simple and carefully arranged. She gestured for me to sit at a small wooden table while she poured tea from a kettle that had clearly been sitting on the stove for some time. "You're not from Glenwood," I said. Her hands froze on the teapot handle for a moment before she smiled thinly. "No." "Then how did you get here?" Her eyes darkened. "Same way you did. I followed a map." "When?" 10 years ago." My stomach turned over. "And you've been here ever since?" She nodded. "I tried to leave at first. Everyone does. But you can't. The road always leads you back." "But why?" She hesitated, biting her lower lip. Then she leaned in close. lowering her voice. Glenwood isn't a town. Not exactly. Then what is it? It's alive. My breath hitched. Alive? She nodded. The town is part of it. The land, the houses, the roads, they're not real. Or maybe they are, but not in the way we understand. Glenwood wants to keep things, and once you're here, it won't let you go. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. What about the people? Grace's expression darkened. Some of them were like us outsiders, people who wandered in, but over time, the town changes them. Changes how? She took a deep breath. It takes pieces of you. First your memories, then your thoughts, until finally you've become part of it. I remembered the repetition of the names and the records at the town hall, the repeating patterns, the births and deaths that never made sense. It's absorbing them, I whispered. Yes, and the mayor? The people in charge? They aren't in charge. They're just extensions of the town itself. Extensions? The mayor, the shopkeepers, the people walking around, they're like puppets, pieces of Glenwood controlled by it. That's why they always smile, why they don't get angry. They don't have to. They belong to the town. I shivered. But why are you different? Grace's gaze turned sharp. Because I'm not part of it. Not yet. Not yet. I've been holding on fighting it. But it's getting harder. Her eyes darkened. I think the town is starting to take me. Then why haven't you left? Grace's eyes filled with tears. Because my sister is here. I froze. What? They took her. The town took her. And if I leave, I lose her forever. But if you stay, then maybe I can save her. A sudden knock at the door made both of us flinch. Grace stood and opened it slowly. The man in the denim jacket from the day before stood on the porch, smiling. Miss Grace, he said cheerfully, the mayor would like a word with your guest. Grace's hand tightened on the doorframe. Why? It's just a little chat, he said pleasantly. Nothing to worry about. I met Grace's gaze. She shook her head. She's resting, Grace said calmly. Maybe tomorrow. The man's smile didn't change. I wasn't asking. Grace stiffened. You can tell the mayor to wait. The man's smile widened, and his teeth glinted too sharp, too white. You know that's not how it works. Grace's hand moved to the side of the door. A long, thin carving knife rested on a nearby shelf. She slid it into her hand. I said, she repeated slowly, maybe tomorrow. The man's smile faltered for the first time. His gaze shifted from the knife to Grace's face. Then he took a step back, tipping his hat. Have a pleasant evening, he said, and walked away. Grace shut the door, locking it. They're getting bolder, she muttered. What happens if I don't go? I asked. Her eyes met mine. They'll come for you anyway. My mind raced. How do we stop it? Grace's face hardened. There's one way. How? We have to cut off the town's connection to the outside. How do we do that? We destroy the center of Glenwood, the heart of it. What is the heart? Her jaw tightened. The well beneath the fountain. My blood ran cold. The well? She nodded. That's where it began, and that's where it ends. And what happens if we fail? Grace's expression turned bleak. Then Glenwood takes us, and we become part of it. Grace took a small satchel from a drawer, pulling out 2 glass bottles filled with clear liquid. Gasoline, she said. You've planned this before? I've tried before, she said darkly, but I didn't have help. I grabbed the other bottle and followed her to the back door. "Are you ready for this?" she asked. I took a deep breath and nodded. "Yeah." "We don't have much time," Grace said. "The town knows we're coming, and if it stops us, then we die." We exchanged a grim look. Then we stepped outside and headed toward the square. The shadows beneath the trees seemed to stretch toward us. I heard whispers in the dark words I didn't understand. The town was waking up, and it was hungry. Grace led the way down the narrow alley behind her house, her steps quick and sure. My heart was hammering in my chest, the glass bottle of gasoline sweating in my hand. The town was different now. The streets were too quiet. The houses were too still. The air itself felt wrong-charged with an unnatural static, like the air before a thunderstorm. "It knows," Grace whispered. "It knows what we're going to do." I followed her toward the square, every shadow feeling like a threat. The windows of the houses lining the street were dark, but I could feel eyes behind the glass watching us. Silent faces peeking out from behind curtains. They didn't blink. They didn't move. It felt like the whole town was holding its breath. We turned a corner into the square. The fountain stood at the center, cracked and worn. Its weathered stone surface was carved with strange symbols, twisting shapes, and ancient lettering I couldn't understand. Water trickled weakly from its spout into a shallow pool. Grace stopped short, her hand tightening around her satchel. A crowd had gathered. Dozens of townspeople were standing around the fountain, their expressions blank and serene. A child in a white dress, an old woman with a twisted hand, a middle-aged man in a suit with mud-stained shoes. They were all smiling. At the head of the crowd stood the mayor. He smiled, too. "Evening, Grace," he said pleasantly. "Evening, Miss Sutton." My stomach twisted. "Going somewhere?" the mayor asked, stepping toward us. His tone was polite, almost playful. Grace's grip tightened on the bottle. "Get out of our way." The mayor's smile sharpened. "Now you know I can't do that." "We're ending this," Grace said. "Tonight." The mayor chuckled. "You really think you can destroy the town's heart?" He shook his head. "Grace, you've lived here long enough to know how this works. You can't kill what doesn't want to die." "We'll see," she said coldly. The mayor's smile faltered slightly. "You're making a mistake?" "Maybe," Grace said, "but I'm willing to risk it." "You don't have to do this," the mayor said softly. "Glenwood takes care of its own." "That's the problem," Grace replied. The mayor sighed. "Suit yourself." Then he stepped aside. The crowd parted, leaving a clear path to the fountain. My heart was thundering in my chest. "Why are they letting us through?" I whispered. "Because they know it's not going to work," Grace said, her voice grim. We stepped forward, cutting through the crowd. The people smiled at us as we passed warm, friendly smiles that didn't reach their eyes. The fountain loomed ahead. I could see the faint shimmer of the water, smell the moss growing along the stone. Grace knelt at the base of the fountain, pulling a box of matches from her bag. She handed me a bottle of gasoline. "Pour it in," she said. My hand shook as I unscrewed the cap and dumped the liquid into the fountain. The acrid smell of gasoline burned my nose. Grace emptied her bottle too, the clear liquid swirling on the surface of the water. When we were done, Grace stood and struck a match. "Grace," the mayor's voice was calm, "think about what you're doing. She ignored him. She dropped the match into the fountain. Foosh! The flames erupted instantly, racing across the gasoline-covered surface. Bright orange fire curled over the water, licking the edges of the fountain. The mayor's smile widened. That won't be enough. Suddenly the flames twisted. A black shape rose from the water, writhing and expanding smoke and shadow twisting into a form. My breath hitched. What the hell is that? It's waking up, Grace whispered. The shape took form as it crawled out of the fountain, a black figure with long, unnatural limbs and a body that shimmered with shifting darkness. Its face was pale and smooth, except for a wide mouth stretched unnaturally wide into a smile. It turned toward us. Its mouth opened. Welcome home. I stumbled back as it reached toward us with long, clawed hands. Grace grabbed my arm and pulled me away. The crowd watched calmly. None of them screamed. None of them even moved. Grace pulled a knife from her satchel and slashed at the creature's outstretched hand. It let out a low, guttural growl and withdrew. The mayor stepped forward, his smile widening. You didn't think it would be that easy, did you? We have to stop it, I shouted. How? Grace's eyes were wide and panicked. My mind raced. The town was alive, the people were part of it, but the center... The well, I said breathlessly. You said the well is the heart. Grace's eyes narrowed. Yes, if we destroy the well, we kill the town. I turned to the mayor. That's why you're standing here, isn't it? You can't let us near the well. The mayor's smile faltered. You'll never make it to the well, he said. We'll see about that, Grace said. She grabbed my hand and we ran. The square erupted into chaos. The crowd surged toward us as one. Their faces twisted unnaturally, mouths gaping into wide, sharp-toothed grins. Their eyes rolled back in their heads as they reached for us with claw-like fingers. We ducked and pushed through, Grace slashing with her knife. A man grabbed my arm and I kicked him hard, feeling his wrist snap beneath my boot. We reached the far side of the square. Where's the well? I gasped. There, Grace pointed to a narrow stone arch beneath the church steps. A heavy iron grate covered the entrance. I'll cover you, Grace shouted. She turned, knife flashing, as she fought off the advancing townspeople. I dropped to my knees and grabbed the grate. It was rusted and ancient but heavy. I pulled with all my strength. It wouldn't budge. I heard Grace scream behind me. Come on, I hissed. I tried again. This time Grace dropped to her knees beside me. Together we heaved metal groaning against stone, until with a shuddering snap the grate gave way. The dark mouth of the well yawned open beneath us. The shape from the fountain stood at the edge of the square, its dark, twisted form growing larger and more defined. Its mouth split open unnaturally wide, a deep black void stretching toward us. Get down there, Grace shouted. I climbed over the edge of the well and dropped down into the darkness. My feet hit damp stone and I stumbled. Grace followed behind me, landing hard. The inside of the well was lined with dark moss and smooth stone. The air was thick and damp. At the bottom of the well, I could see it, a pulsing black mass, the heart of the town. Burn it, Grace shouted. I pulled out my lighter, flicking it open. My hands were shaking as I lit the wick and threw it into the dark mass. For a second, nothing happened. Then, boom, The mass erupted into white-hot fire. The walls of the well shuddered, and above us I heard an ear-piercing shriek as the creature from the fountain dissolved into smoke. The town itself seemed to scream. The walls of the well cracked. "We need to get out of here," Grace shouted. We scrambled up the wall as the stone beneath us collapsed. Grace reached the top first and pulled me over the edge. We ran as the town behind us began to collapse. The mayor stood at the center of the square, his face twisted with rage as the town crumbled beneath him. "You fools," he hissed, but his voice faded beneath the roar of falling stone. We didn't look back. We just ran. We didn't stop running until we reached the edge of the town. Grace and I stumbled onto the cracked asphalt of what had once been a road, gasping for breath. My legs felt like they were about to give out, my chest burning with every frantic inhale. Behind us, Glenwood was collapsing. Buildings trembled and sank into the ground as the dark shape that had risen from the fountain evaporated into the night sky like black smoke. The square caved in on itself, the well at its center glowing with unnatural white fire as the heart of the town burned. And yet, the mayor still stood in the middle of the destruction. He was calm. His hands were folded behind his back as he watched the town crumble around him, his expression blank. "You think you've won?" His voice was cold and steady, even as cracks split through the cobblestones beneath his feet. Grace took a step forward, her breath ragged. "Looks that way." The mayor smiled faintly. "You have no idea what you've done." "We burned the heart," I said, swallowing hard. "The town is dying." The mayor shook his head slowly. The heart was only a vessel, a fragment of something older, something larger. "You didn't kill it." Grace's eyes narrowed. "Then what the hell did we just do?" The mayor's smile widened. "You woke it up." The ground beneath us shuddered. Grace's hand shot out, grabbing my arm as the earth beneath our feet shifted. I glanced back toward the center of town and froze. The smoke was gathering, swirling through the collapsing ruins, coalescing into a vast, shifting shape. It wasn't human. It wasn't anything I could name. Dark limbs, too many limbs, stretched upward toward the sky, twisting and folding unnaturally. At the center of the mass, I could see dozens of gleaming white eyes opening, one by one. They blinked in unison, fixing on Grace and me. A sound filled the air. It wasn't a scream or a growl. It was more like a deep, vibrating hum that resonated in my chest and made my teeth ache. "I told you," the mayor said softly. "Glenwood is alive." Grace took a slow step back, her hand slipping into her jacket and closing around the handle of her knife. "Run," I whispered. The ground beneath our feet split open. Thick, black roots pushed upward from the earth, snaking toward us. Grace slashed at one with her knife as it whipped toward her ankle. It recoiled, hissing, as dark liquid bled from the wound. The mayor's smile widened. "You can't fight it." "Watch me," Grace hissed. I grabbed her arm and pulled her away as more roots erupted from the ground. They lashed toward us, writhing like the limbs of some monstrous insect. "This way," Grace shouted. We sprinted toward the remains of Main Street, dodging around collapsing buildings. The dark shape behind us moved, sliding through the broken town like liquid shadow. Its gleaming eyes blinked lazily as it dragged itself closer. "It's following us," I gasped. Yeah, I noticed. Grace shouted. We rounded the corner near the old general store, what was left of it, and skidded to a stop, a dead end. The ground had split open, cutting off the road entirely. The jagged edge of the asphalt crumbled into a deep chasm that pulsed with dark light. Behind us, the creature's many limbs scraped across the cobblestones. "We're trapped," I said. Grace's face hardened. "No, we're not." She grabbed a broken plank from the ground and plunged it into the side of the building next to us. It held. "We can climb," she said breathlessly. I didn't waste time arguing. I grabbed the edge of the wall and pulled myself up, scrambling toward the roof. Grace followed right behind me. The creature let out a low growl. She made it onto the roof just as a black limb smashed into the side of the building beneath us, sending shards of stone and wood flying. "It's getting faster," Grace shouted. I stood and turned toward the town square. The mayor was still standing in the same place, calm, smiling, and suddenly I understood. "The mayor," I said. "He's the key." "What?" Grace shouted. "The town exists because of him. He's part of it." Grace's eyes widened. "Then we take him out." A deep, low sound echoed through the night. The creature was rising over the roofline, now, its pale eyes glowing. Its mouth, if it even had one, was opening wide, a dark, empty void. "No time," Grace shouted. I grabbed a loose chunk of stone from the roof and hurled it toward the mayor with everything I had. It struck him square in the chest. The mayor stumbled. His eyes widened slightly, and then the creature froze. Its limbs shuddered. The light behind its eyes flickered. "Do it again," Grace yelled. I scrambled toward the edge of the roof and ripped a rusted pipe from the wall. I threw it at the mayor. It hit him hard enough to knock him to his knees. The creature writhed. Its limbs curled inward. Its glowing eyes faded. The mayor's smile finally disappeared. "You," his voice was cold, angry. "I told you," Grace said coldly, "we're ending this." She raised her knife and threw it. The blade buried itself deep in the mayor's chest. He staggered, gasping. A sound almost like the wind through bare trees echoed through the night. The mayor's eyes rolled back. His body dissolved into black smoke, and the creature screamed. It collapsed into itself, a vortex of shadow and smoke. The buildings trembled. The ground beneath us split and roared. Then, silence. The town was gone. Grace and I stood on the cracked asphalt of what had once been Main Street. All that remained was an empty stretch of road surrounded by forest. Grace bent, clutching her knees. "We did it," she breathed. I sat down hard on the road, my legs shaking. Grace dropped down next to me. That was intense, I managed. Grace laughed weakly. "Yeah, we're going to need therapy." A long moment passed before Grace said quietly, "Thank you for not running." I looked at her. "You didn't run either. Guess we're even." We sat there, breathing hard, until the sound of a car engine echoed in the distance. Headlights appeared through the trees. A sheriff's car pulled onto the road. The driver rolled down the window. "You kids okay?" Grace's face darkened. "Define okay." They never found Glenwood. It was gone, vanished without a trace. The sheriff didn't believe us. He said there had never been a town there. No records. No maps. Nothing. Grace and I left together. We didn't talk about Glenwood after that, but sometimes at night I'll wake up and feel like I'm being watched. Sometimes I see a stretch of road on the horizon that shouldn't be there. And sometimes I hear the mayor's voice in my dreams. You can't kill what doesn't want to die. The Lost Children of Black Hollow. The school stood at the edge of town, a decaying husk of brick and broken glass. Black Hollow Elementary had been abandoned for over 30 years, left to rot after a fire swept through the east wing, killing 7 children and 2 teachers. Some said it was an accident. Others whispered that it was something much darker. Whatever the truth, the town had left the school to the elements, too afraid to tear it down. But that hadn't stopped the stories. Kids who wandered too close to the school at night swore they heard children's laughter drifting through the empty hallways. Some even claimed to have seen small figures moving behind the broken windows. Of course, nobody ever stayed long enough to find out if it was real, except for those who never came back. And yet, here we were. I can't believe we're actually doing this, Mia said, hugging her jacket close against the cold autumn wind. Her dark hair whipped around her face as she stood at the rusted chain-link gate. It's just a building, Darren said with a smirk, already climbing over the gate. What's the worst that could happen? You mean besides getting arrested for trespassing? Chloe muttered, pulling her hoodie tight over her head. Darren hopped down on the other side and turned to face us, grinning. Relax. Who's gonna care? This place is practically falling apart. Mia and I exchanged a look. She was nervous. Hell, so was I, but Darren always had a way of talking people into things, usually things that got us into trouble. Come on, Darren called. You guys aren't scared, are you? Mia sighed. Screw it, let's get this over with. She climbed over the gate, and I followed, the chain link rattling under my weight. Chloe hesitated at the base of the fence. If we get caught, she said. We won't, Darren said. Trust me. Chloe's eyes narrowed. That's exactly what you said before we got busted at the quarry. Different situation. Was it? I held out a hand. Come on, Chloe, we've come this far. She groaned, then climbed over. As soon as her feet hit the ground, Darren started walking toward the school's main entrance. It was worse up close. The windows were shattered, jagged pieces of glass clinging to the edges like broken teeth. Vines crept up the brick walls, wrapping around the crumbling mortar like veins. The double doors were scarred with graffiti and warped from years of exposure. Front doors locked, Darren said, yanking on the rusted handle. We'll have to find another way in. We walked around the side of the building, stepping over broken branches and chunks of concrete. At the back of the school, Darren found a window that had been forced open. The glass was shattered, the edges stained with rust-colored streaks. After you, Darren said with a grin. Asshole, I muttered as I boosted myself up and crawled through. I landed in what must have been a classroom. The floor was warped and stained, covered in dust and bits of plaster from the ceiling. The blackboard was cracked down the middle, and faded posters of the alphabet and multiplication tables clung desperately to the peeling walls. Mia climbed through next, followed by Chloe and Darren. "Wow," Chloe said, glancing around. "This place is a disaster." "It's been abandoned for 30 years, I said. "So why does it still smell like smoke?" Mia asked. I inhaled. She was right. Beneath the scent of mildew and rotting wood was something darker, acrid, the unmistakable bite of burned flesh and ash. "Cool," Darren said, pulling out his phone. "I'm going to get some sick footage of this." "Darren, no." Too late. The flash of his phone cut through the dim light. "Relax, guys." Darren panned the camera across the room. "We're making history here." "No, we're making bad decisions," Chloe muttered. I stepped toward the door and pushed it open. The hallway stretched into the darkness, the far end lost in shadow. Rows of lockers stood like tombstones, their doors hanging open. The floor was littered with crumpled papers and broken glass. "I don't like this," Mia whispered. "Come on," Darren said. "Let's check it out." "I'm not going down there," Chloe said. "Then stay here," Darren shrugged, stepping into the hall. Mia shot me a worried look. "We can't let him go alone." "Yeah," I said, "we can," but Mia was already following him. I sighed and went after her, with Chloe reluctantly bringing up the rear. We walked down the hall in a single line, our footsteps crunching over debris. It was colder here. The air felt heavy, like the walls were pressing in. At the end of the hall, we found another classroom. The door was ajar. Darren pushed it open. The room was almost identical to the first. Same warped floors, same broken windows, but there was something different about this one. The desks were arranged in neat rows. The chalkboard was clean, and sitting on top of one of the desks... "What the hell?" Mia breathed. It was a notebook. Not just any notebook, it was pristine. The cover was clean, and the spiral binding gleamed like it had been bought yesterday. Darren stepped forward and picked it up. Jackpot. "Careful," Chloe said. Darren opened the notebook. His smile faded. "What's wrong?" I asked. Darren turned the book toward us. The pages were filled with writing, long, neat rows of cursive. But there was only one sentence, repeated over and over again. They never left. "What the hell does that mean?" Chloe asked. Darren flipped through more pages. Every single one contained the same message. They never left. Mia took a step back. "We should go." Darren ignored her, turning to the last page. There was only one line written at the bottom. "They're watching." The temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. "Okay," Chloe said. "Now I'm seriously freaked out." "I think we should leave," I said. Darren laughed. "Come on, it's just a prank. Someone probably left this here to scare trespassers." "Then why does it look brand new?" Mia asked. Darren was about to say something when the door to the classroom suddenly slammed shut. We all jumped. "Okay, that wasn't funny," Darren said, stepping toward the door. He pulled on the handle. It didn't budge. "Darren?" I said, "Dot. "It's stuck." He tugged harder. "It's jammed or something." A loud crash sounded from the hallway. "What was that?" Mia whispered. Darren pounded on the door. "Hey, is someone out there?" Another crash, closer this time, and then footsteps. Slow, measured, coming down the hall toward us. "Darren, open the door," Chloe screamed. "I'm trying." The footsteps stopped just outside the room. My heart was hammering in my chest. I could see Mia shaking, her hands clamped over her mouth. From the other side of the door came a sound, a low, guttural whisper. They never left. And then the lights went out. The lights didn't come back on. Darkness swallowed the classroom, thick and absolute. I could hear the sound of Mia's breathing, fast and shallow, and the sound of Chloe fumbling for her phone. The only light came from Darren's phone screen, casting a pale glow over his face. Okay, Darren muttered, pressing his shoulder against the door and pushing. It's stuck. It's really stuck. No shit, Chloe hissed. Let me try. I shoved Darren aside and grabbed the handle. It wouldn't budge. I pulled harder, feeling the metal strain under my grip. Keep it down, Mia whispered. We don't know who's out there. Or what, Chloe added darkly. A loud thud sounded from the hallway. We all froze. What was that? Darren whispered. The thud came again, louder this time. It sounded like something heavy being dragged down the hall. We need to get out of here, Mia said. No shit, Chloe snapped. I tried the door one last time, throwing my full weight into it. The wood creaked, but the lock held. The dragging sound stopped. Footsteps followed, slow and deliberate, just outside the door. Tap, tap. I pressed my ear to the wood, straining to hear. My pulse hammered in my ears. Then a voice, a child's voice. Help us. My breath hitched. Mia's eyes widened. Chloe shook her head slowly, tears glistening in her eyes. That's not real, Darren said. The voice came again, louder. Help us, please. I don't think it's asking for help, Chloe whispered. The footsteps moved away, fading down the hall. I exhaled, trying to calm the tremor in my hands. Okay, we need to find another way out. There's got to be a window or something, Darren said. Mia pointed to the far wall. There's a vent over there. It was small, maybe just big enough for one of us to squeeze through. Are you serious? Chloe asked. Do you want to stay here? Mia shot back. Without waiting for an answer, Darren climbed onto one of the desks and yanked at the grate covering the vent. It gave with a loud metallic groan, falling to the floor with a clang. Okay, Darren said. Who's going first? Nobody moved. Damn it, Darren muttered. Fine, I'll go. He hoisted himself up and crawled into the vent, the metal creaking beneath his weight. Follow me, his voice echoed from inside. Mia climbed up next, then Chloe. I followed last, gripping the edges of the vent and pulling myself in. The walls were cold and damp beneath my hands. Where does this lead? Chloe asked. Hopefully outside, Darren's voice floated back. We crawled in silence, the sound of our breathing loud in the tight space. The vent twisted and turned, leading us deeper into the building. After a few minutes, Darren stopped. Problem? I asked. Darren's breathing was heavy. It splits off here, left or right. Which one leads out? Mia asked. I don't know. Flip a coin, Chloe suggested weakly. Suddenly, a sharp clang sounded behind us, followed by the sound of something crawling into the vent. Chloe's head whipped toward the sound. What the hell was that? A metallic scraping followed, like claws against steel. Keep moving, I shouted. We turned left. Darren was crawling faster now, his breath ragged and frantic. The scraping sound behind us was growing louder, faster, dot, dot. Mia gasped. It's catching up. Hurry, Darren shouted. We rounded another corner, but the vent was narrowing. I could barely move my shoulders. The sound of scraping claws was right behind me. Dot, dot. I twisted around and saw something. A face, pale and hollow, pressed against the metal grating behind me. Dark eyes peered at me through the narrow slits. A mouth stretched into an unnatural grin, too wide, too thin. "Found you?" it whispered, dot, dot. I screamed and kicked at the grate. The face withdrew into the darkness. Darren's voice came from ahead. "I see a way out." I crawled faster, heart pounding. Darren kicked at a vent cover, knocking it loose. He slid out and reached back to pull Mia through. "Come on." Chloe followed, and I shoved myself through last. We landed in a dark hallway, the floor slick with water and dust. Behind us, the vent echoed with the sound of scraping metal. "I'm closing it." Darren slammed the vent cover shut and dragged a desk in front of it. We stood there, gasping for air. Mia leaned against the wall, clutching her chest. Chloe wiped tears from her cheeks. "What the hell was that?" I asked. "I don't know," Darren said, "but it knew we were here." "Where the hell are we?" Mia asked. I looked around. The hallway was longer than it should have been. The walls were lined with lockers, but they weren't the same lockers we'd passed before. The air felt wrong. "This doesn't make sense," Chloe said. "We came in through the west side of the school, but this looks like the east wing." "The east wing burned down," I said. "Yeah." Darren's face was pale. "It did." From down the hallway came a sound, a soft creaking, like the sound of an opening door. "I don't like this," Mia said. "We need to keep moving," Darren said. We walked down the hall, the sound of our footsteps echoing in the silence. We passed a set of old wooden doors marked Gymnasium. Darren pulled one of the doors open. "Why would a gym be over here?" Chloe asked. The gym was in better shape than the rest of the school. The wooden floors were scratched but mostly intact. Old basketball hoops hung from the walls. Faded banners dangled from the rafters. "Why is this part so clean?" Mia asked. Darren stepped onto the court. "Maybe it's—" The gym doors slammed shut behind us. Dot, dot. Darren spun toward them, but they didn't open. And then the lights flickered. A voice echoed through the gymnasium. A child's voice. "Come play with us." My blood ran cold. Mia stepped backward, nearly tripping over a torn gym mat. "Did you hear that?" Another voice, louder this time. "We're waiting." Suddenly, the bleachers began to move. They slid out from the wall with a loud metallic screech, the rows unfolding one after another, faster and faster. "Get to the door," Darren yelled. We ran toward the double doors. The bleachers slammed into the wall, blocking our path. The lights flickered again. I heard something moving in the darkness above us, and then figures appeared. The children, pale, ghostly. Their faces were vacant, their eyes dark hollows. They were sitting on the bleachers, watching us. One of them stood. A girl with long blonde hair and dark, empty eyes. "You shouldn't be here. She's IID. "We're trying to leave," Mia said, her voice shaking. "You can't." Chloe grabbed my arm. "What do they want?" The girl smiled. "To play. The floorboards beneath us began to creak. Suddenly, hands shot up from the floor, pale, gray hands grasping at our ankles. I screamed, kicking at the hands. Darren pulled Mia free as I yanked Chloe away. "We have to get out of here," I shouted. But the children on the bleachers were standing now, moving toward us. The blonde girl's smile widened. "Stay with us? And the lights went out?" The gymnasium went pitch black. A heavy silence followed, thick and oppressive, before a soft giggle echoed through the darkness. "You can't leave." "Not yet. Not yet." Chloe screamed. I could hear her scrambling against the floorboards, trying to pull away from the hands still reaching from beneath the cord. Darren cursed under his breath, his breathing fast and ragged. "Where the hell are they?" Darren shouted. "They're everywhere." Mia's voice was shrill with panic. I couldn't see anything. My hands were shaking as I fumbled for my phone, my fingers slipping against the cold glass dot. I managed to turn on the flashlight, the beam cutting through the dark and illuminating the gymnasium floor. And that's when I saw them. The children were standing in a line now, their pale faces tilted slightly upward. Their hollow eyes reflected the flashlight beam, twin points of darkness where pupils should have been. At the front of the line stood the blonde girl. Her head twitched unnaturally as she smiled wider. Her mouth seemed to stretch too far, the edges of her lips tearing at the corners. "You can't leave until we're finished playing." "Nitrogen monoxide," Darren roared. He grabbed a metal folding chair from the side of the gym and hurled it toward the children. It passed straight through them, landing with a loud clang on the floor. The blonde girl's smile deepened. "That's not very nice." "Bah!" A deep rumbling noise filled the gymnasium. The floor beneath us trembled, vibrating beneath my knees. The sound was low at first, then it grew, rising into a deafening roar. Suddenly, the gym floor split open down the middle. The wooden panels groaned and tore apart, revealing blackness beneath. Something moved in that blackness. "Run!" I screamed. We sprinted toward the exit, but the doors were gone. There was nothing but a smooth concrete wall where the exit had been. Chloe screamed, "Nitrogen monoxide. Where's the door? Where's the fucking door?" The children on the bleachers began to hum, a low, dissonant tune. It was a nursery rhyme. "Ring around the rosy." Darren pounded his fists against the wall. "There's got to be another way out." The floor beneath us began to shift and crack. Dark tendrils snaked upward from the fissure, curling and twisting toward us, ... Mia shrieked as one of the tendrils wrapped around her ankle and yanked her toward the opening. "No!" I grabbed her hand. Mia's nails dug into my wrist as I pulled. Darren dropped down next to me, grabbing her other arm. "Ashes, ashes." Chloe stumbled backward, her eyes wide with terror, as the blonde girl stepped off the bleachers. "We all..." "Aw." The blonde girl's face was distorting now, her mouth splitting wider, her eyes stretching and darkening. "Fall down." A scream erupted from Mia's throat as the tendril tightened around her leg. Her body was sliding toward the hole. I felt my grip slipping. "Help me!" I shouted. Darren's face twisted with strain as he pulled harder. Chloe ran to Mia's side, wrapping her arms around her waist. The blonde girl's eyes glowed in the dark. "Let her go. She belongs to us now." "Over my dead body," Darren growled. Mia screamed as the tendril pulled harder, until finally Darren roared and yanked hard enough to rip Mia free. She tumbled backward into Chloe's arms. The tendril reared back, then shot toward me, ... I barely rolled aside in time. The dark limb smashed into the floorboards, splintering the wood beneath me. "Through the bleachers," Darren shouted. "What? There's a door." I glanced at the bleachers, and then I saw it. A small doorway, barely visible in the shadows behind the rows of seats. Darren grabbed Mia and practically dragged her toward it. Chloe was close behind. I stumbled to my feet, heart hammering in my chest, and ran after them. Behind us, the blonde girl screamed, a high-pitched, unnatural wail that rattled the air. The other children were moving now, fast. Their limbs jerked unnaturally as they sprinted across the court toward us. We reached the bleachers. Darren kicked open the door, ... "In! Go!" Mia ran through. Chloe followed. Darren grabbed my arm and shoved me inside, just as the blonde girl's hand closed around his ankle. "Darren!" I screamed. "I?" He twisted, kicked at her face, and scrambled through the door. He slammed it behind him. We stumbled into a narrow hallway, dark and cold. Faint emergency lights flickered along the ceiling. "Keep moving," Darren barked. "We are in." The hallway stretched out impossibly long, twisting in strange, unnatural angles. Chloe was sobbing. Mia's breathing was sharp and ragged. "Where the hell are we?" Mia whispered. "I don't know," Darren said. We reached a rusted metal door at the end of the corridor. Darren shoved it open. The next room was a classroom, but it was wrong. The desks were overturned. Rotten papers littered the floor. The chalkboard was covered in strange symbols, carved deep into the slate ... Chloe stepped toward the board. "What is this?" Suddenly, the symbols began to glow, and from the darkness behind the board, a figure emerged. It was a woman. She wore an old-fashioned nurse's uniform. Her face was pale and cracked like porcelain, and her eyes were bottomless black holes. "Children should stay in their seats," she whispered. Chloe screamed as the woman floated toward us. Darren grabbed a chair and hurled it at her. It passed through her body. She smiled. "Class is not dismissed." "Huh?" The floor beneath us began to crack and peel. Hands shot up from the floor again, clawing at our ankles. I grabbed Chloe, yanking her free from the grasping hands. Darren pulled Mia toward the back of the room. "There," Darren shouted. "There." Another door ... We ran for it. The nurse shrieked, her mouth stretching open, unnaturally wide. From inside her mouth came a sound like hundreds of voices, screaming at once ... We crashed through the door and fell into open air. I hit the ground hard, my breath knocked from my chest. Grass, cool air. I sat up. We were outside. Behind us stood the school, dark and lifeless. The gym windows were black, no movement, no sound. I turned to Darren. He was holding Mia. Chloe was sitting on the grass, shaking violently. We made it?" Chloe whispered. "I think so," Darren said. I stood. My head was swimming. My hands were still shaking. And then I saw it in one of the second-floor windows. A face. The blonde girl. She smiled. Her mouth formed silent words. "One. See you soon?" I shuddered. "We need to go," I said. We stumbled down the path toward the street. A police car was parked at the curb. An officer was stepping out, shining a flashlight toward US. "You kids okay?" he called. Darren nodded slowly. Yeah, I think we are. I looked back one last time. The school was gone. The lot was empty, an overgrown patch of dirt and grass. What the hell? Mia whispered. The officer was talking to Darren now. I couldn't hear what he was saying. All I could hear was the echo of that nursery rhyme in my head. Ring around the rosy. We never spoke about it again, but sometimes late at night I hear them laughing, calling my name, waiting, and I know that one day they'll come back for me, because school's not out forever. Bye. The last show. The letter arrived in the middle of the night. I didn't see who delivered it, but when I woke up and went to the door, there it was, a crimson envelope with gold filigree resting on the welcome mat. My name was scrawled on the front in an elegant, looping script. To Emma. My first thought was that it was a prank. I'd been living alone in a small apartment for months now, barely talking to anyone since my mom passed away. I didn't have close friends, not anymore, so I wasn't sure who would even bother to leave me a letter. But curiosity won out. I picked it up and slid my finger under the seal. Inside was a card, decorated with faded illustrations of clowns and trapeze artists. The ink smelled faintly metallic. You are cordially invited to the grand reopening of the Magnus Brothers Traveling Circus. One night only. Midnight. Free admission. At the bottom, there was a small message in smaller, almost trembling handwriting. We've been waiting for you. I stared at the card for a long time. It was impossible. The Magnus Brothers Circus hadn't been in town since I was a kid. It had closed down after the fire, the one that killed nearly everyone inside. My mother used to tell me stories about the circus, about the performers, and the ringmaster who supposedly disappeared that night. It was one of those small-town legends that people never quite let go of. But I remembered going to it once as a child, being led through the towering red and white tent, eating cotton candy so sweet it made my head swim. And the clowns, I remembered them most of all, their painted faces and wide, glassy eyes. I should have thrown the invitation away. I almost did. But a part of me, some twisted, irrational part, felt drawn to it. And in the end, I decided to go. The circus was set up on the old fairgrounds at the edge of town. I hadn't been there in years. The place had been abandoned after the fire. Most people avoided it now. Too many bad memories, I guess. When I arrived, the fog was thick, curling low over the ground like a living thing. The entrance to the circus was marked by a massive archway of wrought iron painted blood red. Strings of yellowed bulbs flickered dimly overhead. There was no ticket booth, no staff, just the archway and the faint sound of carnival music drifting through the night air. I hesitated at the entrance, clutching the invitation in my hand. The air was cold, unnaturally so for a summer night, but I pushed forward. Inside the circus grounds, everything looked old. The tents were faded and sagging. The food stands were covered in peeling paint. I saw a carousel turning slowly, its faded horses bobbing up and down even though there was no one riding them. In the distance I spotted a massive red and white striped tent, the main tent. It was enormous, the fabric stained and weathered, flapping slightly in the cold breeze. A spotlight illuminated the entrance. I walked toward it, my footsteps echoing unnaturally loud against the packed dirt. As I reached the entrance, a figure stepped out from the shadows, a clown. Its outfit was faded red and yellow, its makeup cracked and peeling. Its smile was too wide, the corners of its mouth painted up toward its cheeks. A small red nose was glued to its face, and its glassy black eyes glinted under the spotlight. "Welcome," it said, bowing low. Its voice was gravelly and unnatural, like something dead was trying to sound alive. "We've been waiting for you." I hesitated. My instinct was to run, but the clown's eyes locked onto mine. "You must be Emma," it said. I took a shaky step back. "How do you know my name?" The clown smiled wider, revealing yellowed teeth beneath the painted mouth. The show was about to begin. Suddenly the sound of a bell rang through the air, a low, deep sound that made my chest vibrate. The clown stepped aside, gesturing toward the entrance of the big top. "You don't want to be late," it said. I wanted to leave. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to turn and run. But something in me, something dark, wanted to know what was inside that tent. I took a deep breath and stepped through the entrance. Inside the big top, the atmosphere was wrong. The seating was arranged in a perfect circle, the chairs covered in old velvet. Dozens of people were already seated, their faces blank, lifeless. Their eyes followed me as I walked down the aisle. The center ring was empty, save for a lone spotlight illuminating the dirt floor. The air smelled of mildew and rot. I found a seat near the back and sat down, my heart hammering in my chest. The other guests were so still, too still. They barely blinked. Suddenly the lights went down. A deep red glow spread through the tent. The carnival music returned warped and distorted, like it was playing from a broken record. "Ladies and gentlemen," a voice boomed from the shadows. "Welcome to the Magnus Brothers Traveling Circus." The crowd erupted into applause. I didn't. The ringmaster stepped into the spotlight. He was tall and thin, dressed in a crimson tailcoat and a top hat. His face was pale and sunken, his eyes deep black pits that reflected the red light. "We have a very special guest tonight," he said, gesturing to. The spotlight swung toward me, nearly blinding me. I raised a hand to shield my eyes. "Emma," the ringmaster said, his smile widening. "Welcome home." I froze. My blood ran cold. "I don't understand." "Ah, but you will," he said. "You were meant to be here. You were meant to join the family." The spotlight dimmed. The ringmaster raised one gloved hand. "Let the show begin." The music swelled. The curtain at the edge of the ring was pulled aside, and the first act entered. It was a man on stilts, only his legs were too thin, too long. His arms dangled unnaturally at his sides. His mouth opened wide, wider than any human mouth should. He walked toward the center of the ring, his bones cracking with each step. Another figure followed. A woman on a unicycle, but she had no legs. Her torso was twisted unnaturally, her mouth stretched into a grotesque smile. Then came the clowns, all of them identical to the one I had seen at the entrance. Their painted faces were cracked and peeling, their black eyes wide. They surrounded the ring, their heads turning toward me in unison. The ringmaster smiled. "The Magnus Brothers Circus is always looking for new talent," he said. "You've already been chosen." I stumbled to my feet, my breath coming in short gasps. I don't want to be part of this. You don't have a choice, the ringmaster replied. The clowns began moving toward me, their grins widening. I turned and ran toward the exit only to find the tent flap sewn shut. You can't leave, the ringmaster said. His smile widened until it split his face. You're part of the family now. The clowns were closing in. I screamed, and above it all, the ringmaster's voice rose in a chilling, triumphant tone. Welcome to the show. I ran toward the exit, my heart hammering so loudly I could barely hear the carnival music rising in a twisted crescendo behind me. The flaps of the big top were still sewn shut. I clawed at the canvas, pulling and yanking, but the seams wouldn't budge. My breath came in ragged gasps as the ringmaster's voice echoed through the darkened tent. You can't leave, he purred. Not until the show is over. Behind me, the clowns were moving closer. Their painted faces were twisted into grotesque grins, their glassy black eyes unblinking. One of them reached toward me with long, gloved fingers. Its hand opened unnaturally wide, the bones inside cracking as it stretched toward my throat. I stumbled backward, tears burning my eyes. My gaze darted around the tent. There had to be another way out. Then I saw a dark opening at the side of the ring, half hidden behind a torn curtain. I didn't think. I just ran. My feet pounded across the dirt floor as I ducked through the opening. I expected to find myself outside the tent, but instead I was in a narrow hallway lined with red and white striped fabric. Dim lights flickered along the ceiling, casting distorted shadows on the walls. The air was heavy, thick, with the scent of mildew and something sweet like rotting candy. I ran down the hallway, turning left, then right. It twisted and turned like a labyrinth. My hand brushed against the fabric walls, and I could feel something moving beneath them, shapes pressing outward. Fingers, faces. A soft giggle echoed from behind me. I quickened my pace, nearly slipping as the ground beneath my feet grew uneven. Then, up ahead, I saw another curtain. It was striped like the others, but this one was slightly open. A faint glow pulsed from the other side. I didn't have a choice. I pushed through. I found myself in a large circular room. The walls were lined with mirrors, tall, cracked panes of glass that reflected distorted images of the room. The floor was polished black and glistened under the dim light of an overhead chandelier. In the center of the room was a man on a unicycle. His face was obscured by a cracked porcelain mask, and he was juggling flaming torches. His movements were mechanical, stiff, and unnatural. He didn't look up as I entered. "Welcome to the House of Mirrors," a voice said. I spun around. The ringmaster stood just behind me, his tall frame casting a long shadow across the mirrored floor. His pale face was illuminated by the flickering flames, and his black eyes shone like polished obsidian. "You're very special, Emma," he said. "We've been waiting for you for a long time." "I don't understand," I said, my back pressing against one of the mirrors. "Why me?" "Because you belong here." His smile widened, stretching too far across his face. "You've always belonged here." "No," I whispered. "That's not true." The ringmaster chuckled, the sound low and cruel. But it is." He gestured toward the mirrors. "See for yourself." I hesitated. "Go on," he said. "You want answers, don't you?" Slowly, I turned toward the nearest mirror. My reflection stared back at me, wide-eyed, trembling. But then the image changed. My face warped and stretched, my mouth opening in a silent scream as black veins spread across my skin. My eyes darkened, turning into twin black pits. My reflection smiled. Behind it, I saw shapes emerging from the darkness. The clowns, the thin man on stilts, the legless woman on the unicycle, the fire breather whose mouth was sewn shut, and the ringmaster. They were all standing behind my reflection, watching, smiling. "No," I breathed, stepping back. "This isn't real." "Oh, it's very real," the ringmaster said, "and it's only the beginning." The mirrors shattered. A deafening sound exploded through the room as the glass splintered into jagged shards. My reflection remained frozen in the broken glass, smiling as I stumbled backward. The unicyclist in the center of the room raised one hand. The torches he'd been juggling fell to the floor, igniting the black surface beneath him. Fire spread in a jagged circle, cutting me off from the exit. "Let's play a game," the ringmaster said. My heart slammed against my ribs as the ground beneath my feet began to shift. The floor was breaking apart, pieces of black stone lifting into the air as if gravity itself was unraveling. "Find the real exit, and you'll go free," the ringmaster said. "Fail, and you'll stay here forever." The flames were creeping toward me. My skin burned from the heat. I turned toward the broken mirrors. One of them was still intact, reflecting not the burning room, but a hallway lined with dim lights. A door at the end of the hall was slightly ajar. A way out, I ran toward the mirror. The ringmaster's voice rose behind me, filled with dark amusement. "Ah, but which is the real exit?" I reached the mirror and threw myself against it. My body passed through cold glass. I tumbled forward, landing hard on the floor of a narrow corridor. I sat up, coughing. The hallway was dark and cold. My hands were shaking as I pulled myself to my feet. I looked behind me. The mirror was gone. But there was something ahead. A figure standing at the end of the corridor. It was a boy no older than 10. He was barefoot, wearing tattered pajamas. His eyes were wide and frightened. "Are you okay?" I asked, taking a cautious step toward him. He didn't answer. "Hey, it's okay. I'm not going to hurt you." The boy slowly raised one hand and pointed toward something behind me. I turned. The ringmaster stood there, his top hat slightly askew. His pale face was twisted into something monstrous. Now his mouth split open to reveal blackened teeth, and a tongue that writhed like a serpent. "You're doing so well," he whispered. The floor beneath me trembled. Red and white striped fabric peeled away from the walls, revealing black, rotting wood beneath. The air grew thick with the scent of decay and burning flesh. The boy's expression twisted into a smile. His eyes darkened, turning into black pools, ... I stumbled backward, heart hammering. What is this?" "It's the circus," the ringmaster said. His grin stretched wider, his jaw unhinging with a sickening crack. "And it's time for the final act." The floor beneath me opened up. I screamed as I fell. I landed hard, the air knocked from my lungs. I was back in the big top. The red and white striped walls stretched high above me, warped and trembling. The clowns were there standing in a perfect circle around me. Their painted faces stared down, unblinking. In the center of the ring stood the ringmaster. His face was pale and thin, but his smile was enormous. "Welcome to the finale," he said. "It's time for you to become part of the show. A spotlight cut through the darkness. It focused on me, ... I turned, but the exit was gone. There was nowhere left to run. The clowns began moving forward. I screamed. The last thing I heard before the darkness swallowed me was the ringmaster's voice. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause for our newest star. The audience erupted into applause, and then the lights went out. The applause still echoed in my ears as the darkness pressed down on me. My heart hammered painfully in my chest as I crouched on the cold floor of the big top, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The clowns had disappeared. The ringmaster was gone, but the silence felt wrong, like the whole place was holding its breath. A single spotlight flicked on overhead, bathing me in cold, white light. My shadow stretched long across the dirt floor. Then I heard it a slow, rhythmic clap. "Well done, Emma," the ringmaster's voice purred from somewhere beyond the light. "Most don't make it this far." I stood, my legs trembling. "Let me go," I shouted. My voice sounded small in the vast, empty space. "Oh, but you're so close to the end," the ringmaster replied. "It would be such a shame to leave the show unfinished." Suddenly the spotlight widened, illuminating the ringmaster standing just a few feet away. He was wearing a slightly different outfit. Now his coat was deep crimson, and his top hat gleamed under the harsh light. His face was pale as death, and his black eyes shimmered like glass. "And what happens if I win?" I demanded. His smile widened. "Then you're free to go. And if I lose?" The smile twisted into something cruel. "Then you become part of the act forever." Behind him, the striped walls of the big top began to ripple and pulse, as though the fabric were alive. Shapes were moving beneath the surface, faces pressing outward, distorted and screaming. The air grew heavy with the scent of burning wax and rotting flesh. My stomach twisted violently. "You've almost made it," the ringmaster continued, pacing toward me. "But there's one last act." A set of red velvet curtains parted behind him. Beyond them I could see a long, narrow corridor. Flickering lanterns lined the walls, casting oily yellow light onto the damp floor. "At the end of the hall," the ringmaster said, "there's a door. Walk through it, and you win the game." I narrowed my eyes. "What's the catch?" "No catch," he said, his smile sharp as a knife. "But the hall is tricky." I swallowed hard. My gaze drifted toward the corridor. "You could always stay," the ringmaster added, his voice smooth as silk. "Join the show. We could use a star performer." "Go to hell," I spat. The ringmaster's smile didn't falter. He simply gestured toward the corridor. "Then, by all means, good luck." I forced my legs to move toward the hallway, even though every nerve in my body screamed at me to stop. As I passed through the curtain, the sounds of the carnival dimmed. The hallway stretched out before me, longer than it should have been. The floor was damp beneath my feet, and the walls were slick with moisture. I couldn't tell if it was water or something worse. I took a hesitant step forward. A soft giggle echoed through the hall. "Emma," a child's voice whispered. I froze. My head snapped toward the sound. A little girl stood further down the hallway. Her face was hidden in shadow, but I could see her bare feet and the hem of a dirty white dress. "Emma," she whispered again. Who are you?" The girl's head tilted unnaturally to one side. "Don't you remember me?" My breath hitched. Suddenly she began to walk toward me. Her bare feet made wet, slapping sounds against the floor. I stumbled back as she came closer. "No, stay back." She stopped, standing barely 5 feet away. Slowly her face lifted into the lantern light. My heart stopped. It was me, Dot. The little girl had my face, but younger, maybe 8 or 9 years old. Her eyes were pitch black, and when she smiled, her lips curled too wide. "You can't leave," she whispered. "Not without me." My mind reeled. "You're not real." The girl's smile sharpened. "Neither are you." The walls of the corridor trembled. The lanterns flickered and dimmed. I could hear wet, slithering sounds coming from the shadows. The air grew colder, and the scent of rotting flesh intensified. "I'm you," the girl said softly, "and you belong here." I shook my head. "No. You were always part of the show," the girl continued, stepping closer. "Don't you remember? Dot. And then the memories hit me, flashes of something I didn't understand. A circus tent, laughter, faces painted in grotesque masks, hands pulling me into the dark. "No," I whispered. That wasn't me." "Wasn't it?" The girl's black eyes gleamed. A shape moved behind her. The ringmaster's tall figure emerged from the shadows, his smile cutting across his pale face. "It's time to make a decision," he said. Behind him, the hallway was twisting, the walls writhing as dozens of pale, glassy eyes opened in the dark. Long arms emerged from the walls, gnarled and clawed. "You can join us," the ringmaster said, "or you can walk through the door." The girl smiled. "Stay with me." The walls began to close in. The hallway narrowed. My breath quickened. I could see the door now barely 20 feet away. A sliver of white light glowed beneath it. "You'll never make it," the ringmaster purred. "You can't outrun who you really are." I backed toward the door. The girl's face twisted, her black eyes narrowing. "Come back," she shrieked. Dot. I ran. The floor beneath my feet soft, turning into wet, sucking mud. Clawed hands shot from the walls, grabbing at my ankles. I stumbled, nearly falling. The girl's voice rose into a scream of rage. "Don't leave me." I reached the door and yanked on the handle. It didn't budge. "No," I gasped. The ringmaster's cold laughter filled the hall. "You can't escape." I threw my weight against the door. Nothing. "Please," I whispered. The door opened. A cold rush of air pulled me forward, and I fell through the opening. I hit the ground hard, grass and dirt beneath me. I gasped and sat up. I was outside the circus tent. The sun was rising over the distant hills. The carnival was gone. Nothing remained but an empty field. My hands were shaking as I pushed myself to my feet. My legs ached and my clothes were damp with sweat and dirt. It was over. A sound behind me made me turn. The ringmaster stood at the edge of the field, his tall silhouette dark against the rising sun. "You did well," he said. I stepped back. "Stay away from me." His smile deepened. "Oh, you've left the circus, but the circus never leaves you." The ground beneath his feet began to split open. A black pit yawned wide, swallowing his form. As he sank into the darkness, he lifted one hand and tipped his hat toward me. "See you soon, Emma." Then he was gone. I didn't go home right away. I walked for hours, my mind racing with what had happened. But when I finally returned home that night, I found something waiting on my bed. A small black card. Gilded in gold letters were 2 words. Admit one. I tore it up and threw it away. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear it, the sound of distant calliope music drifting through the dark. And I wonder if the circus is truly gone, or if it's waiting for the next willing soul to enter its gates. Demonic Village. My Uncle Peter died suddenly last winter. A heart attack, they said. No one had seen it coming, not even him. I hadn't spoken to Peter in years, not since I was a teenager. He was the black sheep of the family, the kind of eccentric relative you only heard about in passing at Christmas dinners. But then came the letter. It arrived in a heavy, weathered envelope sealed with red wax. My name was scrawled across the front in black ink, written in an old-fashioned hand. Michael, you are the sole inheritor of my estate. The house belongs to you now. Come home, Peter. At first, I thought it was a scam or some sort of mistake. But when I checked with the family lawyer, it was real. My Uncle Peter had left me his house. There was just one problem. I'd never heard of the village where the house was located. I searched for it online, nothing. It wasn't listed on any map or satellite image. When I asked the lawyer about it, he simply smiled thinly and said, "Old places tend to stay hidden until they want to be found." That should have been my first warning. But curiosity is a dangerous thing, especially when there's money involved. I left early on a crisp October morning, driving out of the city toward the remote countryside. My GPS wouldn't even register the address, but the lawyer had given me detailed directions. The drive took longer than I expected. The further I drove, the more the road seemed to narrow. Trees loomed on either side of me, tall and dark, blotting out the weak sunlight. Cell reception vanished about an hour into the trip. I passed no other cars, no signs of life, just endless trees. Finally, after almost 5 hours of driving, I spotted the village. It was nestled in a valley surrounded by thick forest. Smoke curled lazily from a cluster of stone chimneys. The houses were old, made of dark wood and crumbling stone. The whole place had an unnatural stillness to it. No cars, no telephone poles, no modern infrastructure of any kind. It was as if I had driven back in time. The only signpost was carved in weathered wood at the entrance of the village. "Welcome to Black Hollow." A cold shiver passed through me as I read the name. I pulled into the village square and parked near a stone well at the center. There were people walking around, old men in worn coats, women in heavy shawls, and children dressed in simple clothes that looked homemade. They all stopped when they saw me, a dozen pairs of eyes fixed on me, an eerie silence. I climbed out of the car and forced a smile. Hi. I'm looking for Peter Hollis's house." The villagers didn't speak. They just stared. A woman stepped forward. She was tall, with sharp blue eyes and dark hair pinned tightly beneath a black scarf. She wore a long black dress that seemed at least a century out of style. "You're Michael," she said. "Not a question?" "Yeah," I replied, feeling a strange chill creep down my spine. "I'm Lillian," the woman said, her voice soft but commanding. "We've been expecting you." "Expecting me?" She smiled faintly. "Come, I'll take you to the house." Lillian led me through narrow, cobbled streets. The villagers watched us as we passed. They never spoke. They never smiled. The houses all looked ancient. Dark wood, moss-covered stone, black shutters on the windows, and yet there were no signs of age or damage, no signs of modern life either. Lillian stopped in front of a large house at the edge of the village. It was 3 stories tall, with steeply pitched gables and narrow, dark windows. The front door was black iron, studded with old-fashioned bolts. The whole structure seemed to lean forward slightly, like it was waiting, ... "This was your uncle's house," Lillian said. I stared at it, my stomach churning with unease. "Looks charming," I said. Lillian didn't laugh. She produced a heavy iron key from her pocket and handed it to me. "Don't worry," she said. "You'll get used to it." Inside, the house was dark and cold. Dust floated in the dim light filtering through the windows. The furniture was all old dark wood, heavy carvings. Animal heads were mounted on the walls. The smell of wax and old paper clung to the air. I wandered from room to room, trying to shake off the growing feeling of dread. The house was massive, several bedrooms, a library, a grand dining room. The furniture was still arranged as if Peter had just stepped out, but something was off. There were scratches on the wooden floors, long, deep gouges, as though something had been dragged. One of the upstairs doors was chained shut from the outside, and on the dining room table was a place setting for one complete with an open bottle of red wine, ... I ran my hand across the table, dustless, fresh. A loud knock on the door made me jump. Lillian stood on the threshold. "There's a gathering tonight," she said. "You should come." I'm not really. It's tradition," she interrupted. "And you're one of us now. One of you?" Her smile deepened. "You'll understand soon enough. Ma." That evening the village square was transformed. Torches lined the perimeter. Long wooden tables were set up, piled high with roasted meat and bread. The villagers gathered, dressed in dark robes and old-fashioned coats. Lillian beckoned me to sit. I forced myself to eat, despite the gnawing unease in my stomach. The villagers stared at me while I ate. They murmured to each other in low voices. At the far end of the table sat an old man with a deeply lined face and sunken eyes. His hands were gnarled like tree roots. He stared at me without blinking. "Welcome," he said. His voice was deep and rough. "You are home now." "Thanks," I muttered. "You have your uncle's blood," the man continued. "It runs deep." "Okay. The house has claimed you," Lillian said softly. "It's in your blood now. What the hell does that mean?" Lillian's smile didn't waver. "In time, you'll understand." The gathering stretched late into the night. I tried to slip away early, but Lillian intercepted me. "You should stay until the end," she said. "It's polite." "I'm tired," I said. She stepped closer. "The house isn't safe after dark." My mouth went dry. "Excuse me?" But she simply smiled and turned away. I stumbled back to the house, locking the door behind me. The house was deathly silent. I climbed the stairs toward the bedroom, but as I passed the chained door, I heard it. The scratching sound, slow, deliberate. I froze. The scratching became louder, more frantic. "Michael," I whispered, soft and malevolent. My heart hammered against my chest. Slowly I backed away from the door. The scratching intensified. the sound of fingernails on wood. I stumbled into my bedroom, locked the door, and climbed under the covers. My breath came in shallow gasps. Then I heard it again, outside my window. The sound of nails on glass, slow, scratching. I forced myself to look. Bah! Outside in the dark I saw them, pale faces peering through the glass, empty black eyes, wide, twisted grins. Their hands scraped at the glass. One of them whispered my name. "Michael, come outside." I squeezed my eyes shut, and then just before sleep claimed me, I heard the front door creak open downstairs. I woke to the sound of footsteps. They were soft and measured, moving along the upstairs hallway outside my bedroom door. For a moment I thought I was still dreaming, but the heavy creak of the floorboards and the deliberate pace of the steps told me otherwise. I sat up, heart hammering, listening. The footsteps stopped just outside my door. I held my breath, staring at the crack beneath the door. I could see a shadow. Someone was standing there. Slowly, the handle began to turn. My body tensed. I threw myself out of bed, grabbing the nearest object, a heavy brass lamp, and raised it over my head. The handle turned all the way. Then it stopped. Whoever was on the other side seemed to hesitate, and then, just as slowly, the handle clicked back into place. The footsteps receded down the hall. I stood there for a long time, lamp raised, heart racing. Finally, I forced myself to move. I unlocked the door and yanked it open. The hallway was empty. The next morning, Lillian was waiting for me outside the house. She was wearing the same black dress, her hands clasped behind her back. Her eyes gleamed with unsettling calm. "You look tired," she said. "Someone was in the house last night," I said. Her expression didn't change. "You must have been dreaming," she replied. "I wasn't dreaming." Lillian smiled faintly. "It's an old house. Old houses make noise. There were footsteps," I insisted, "and someone tried to open my door." Her smile widened, but it didn't reach her eyes. "You'll get used to it." "Get used to what?" She didn't answer. Instead, she stepped closer and took my hand. Her skin was cold and dry. "Come," she said softly. "There's someone you need to meet." Lillian led me through the village toward a building I hadn't noticed before. It was a church, small and crooked, with a sagging steeple and stained glass windows so caked with grime that no light passed through them. Inside, the air was stale and cold. Wooden pews stood in uneven rows, and the altar was bare except for a single brass bowl. An old man sat in the front pew. It was the same man I'd seen at the feast, the one with the gnarled hands and sunken eyes. "This is Father Gregory," Lillian said. The old man turned his head toward me. His eyes were milky white, but his gaze was sharp and penetrating. "You've come home," Gregory said. His voice was rough, like stones grinding together. "I'm not staying," I replied. Gregory smiled thinly. "Ah, that's what Peter said too." At first, I froze. "What are you talking about?" The old man's smile deepened. "Your uncle thought he could leave, but he learned, just as you will." I turned toward Lillian. What the hell was he talking about? Lillian's expression remained calm. "Peter was chosen," Gregory said, "just as you have been." "Chosen for what?" "Blood," Gregory said simply. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. "I'm leaving," I said, stepping back toward the door. "You can try," Gregory replied, "but you won't get far." I didn't stick around to hear more. I stormed out of the church, ignoring Lillian's voice calling after me. I headed back toward the house, heart racing, anger bubbling beneath my skin. As soon as I reached the front door, I packed a bag. Screw the inheritance. Screw the house. None of this was normal. I threw the bag over my shoulder and marched toward my car. The village was strangely quiet. The few people I saw on the streets stared at me with dark, unblinking eyes. I jumped into the driver's seat and turned the key. The engine coughed and sputtered, but it wouldn't start. I cursed and tried again. Nothing. I climbed out and opened the hood. The battery cables were gone, completely missing. Someone had sabotaged the car. A shadow moved behind me. I spun around and saw a figure standing at the edge of the village square. It was a man, tall and thin, dressed in an old brown coat. He smiled when he saw me looking. Then he raised one hand and slowly drew his thumb across his throat. I backed away toward the house, heart thudding painfully, dot, dot. I locked the doors and sat on the floor with my back against the wall. They wouldn't let me leave. I grabbed my phone, desperate for a signal, but the screen showed no service. That's when I remembered the landline. I scrambled to the kitchen and picked up the old rotary phone mounted on the wall. I dialed 911. The line clicked. Then I heard breathing. Slow. Wet. "Michael." My blood turned to ice. "You're not going anywhere." Click. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the floor with my back against the wall, clutching a kitchen knife I'd found in the drawer. At some point, maybe around midnight, I heard something outside. Scratching. It started at the front door, then moved to the windows. Slow, deliberate scratching. Nails on glass. Then I heard it. A soft, melodic humming. A woman's voice. I crept toward the window, heart hammering. I forced myself to peek through the curtain. Lillian stood in the front yard. Her face was pale and calm, her dark eyes half-lidded as she swayed slightly, humming an unfamiliar tune. Behind her stood a dozen villagers. They were still and silent. Their eyes gleamed in the moonlight. Lillian's eyes met mine through the glass. She smiled. "Come outside, Michael," she whispered. "Join us." I stumbled away from the window. The scratching intensified. I locked myself in the bedroom, but the sounds didn't stop. A loud thud made me jump. It came from the hallway outside the door. I heard whispering, soft footsteps moving back and forth. And then a voice. Peter's voice. "Michael, let me in." My blood turned to ice. "I'm not dead," Peter's voice whispered. "They lied to you. Let me in." I stared at the door, heart hammering. Then the whispering stopped. A loud, dragging sound moved down the hallway, followed by a low, deep growl. I backed against the wall, clutching the knife to my chest. Outside, Lillian was still singing, "Come outside, Michael." And then I heard something else, faint, distant, but getting louder. Footsteps. Someone was in the house. I don't know how long I stayed there, shaking and clutching the knife. At some point, I drifted into an exhausted sleep. When I woke, the sun was streaming through the window. The village looked quiet, peaceful. But when I went downstairs, I saw the front door. It was unlocked, and the floor beneath it was scratched and splintered. as if someone or something had been trying to claw its way inside. Lillian was waiting for me in the village square. "You can't leave," she said. "Watch me." Her smile deepened. "You'll see, Michael, the house, it's part of you now." I walked away without answering, but as I passed the well in the center of the village, I glanced down into the darkness and saw a face looking back at me. My uncle's face, his mouth opened too wide. "Blood calls to blood," he whispered. I stumbled back, heart hammering. Behind me, the villagers were watching. Silent, patient, waiting. I woke up in my uncle's house, drenched in sweat. My heart was still pounding, the echo of my uncle's voice and the well ringing in my ears. I sat up and rubbed my face, trying to steady my breathing. Morning sunlight filtered through the windows, casting long, dusty rays across the wooden floor. But something was wrong. The house was too quiet. The sounds of the village, the distant murmur of voices, the occasional bark of a dog were gone. I stepped toward the window. The village square was empty. The market stalls were deserted. No villagers tending to crops, no children playing, just silence. It was unnatural. A soft knock at the door made me jump. I hesitated before opening it. Lillian stood on the porch, smiling faintly. She was holding a bundle of fresh flowers in her hands. "Good morning, Michael," she said. "Where is everyone?" Her smile widened. "Preparing." "For what?" Her gaze sharpened. "Tonight." A chill crept down my spine. "What happens tonight?" "The awakening." Lillian held out the flowers. "You'll need these for the ceremony." I didn't take them. "What ceremony?" Her eyes darkened. "It's tradition. You're part of the village now. Your blood is part of us. I'm leaving," I said coldly. Lillian's smile never wavered. "You can try," she said. She turned and walked down the porch steps, disappearing down the road toward the church. My hands were shaking. I shut the door and locked it. I needed to get out. I grabbed my bag and marched toward the village road. The air felt different, heavier. As I passed the market, I saw the villagers standing at the edges of the square watching me. Expressionless, I kept walking. An old man with milky white eyes turned his head as I passed. "You can't outrun the blood, Michael," he whispered. I ignored him and picked up my pace. The road out of town was just ahead. I could see the tree line. That's when I saw the figures. A dozen villagers stood at the edge of the road, waiting. They were dressed in dark robes, hoods pulled low over their faces. They blocked the path completely. I stopped. A figure stepped forward from the crowd. It was Father Gregory. His eyes were unervingly bright beneath the shadow of his hood. "You've come this far," he said. "You might as well see it through." "I'm not part of this," I said. "Let me go." Gregory smiled faintly. "You are part of this. That house. It's in your blood." I took a step back. The robed villagers closed in behind me. My heart hammered painfully in my chest. "If you don't embrace your place," Gregory said softly, "we'll have to take it from you." He gestured toward the woods. I heard the low sound of branches snapping. Shadows shifted between the trees. "Leave me alone," I said. Gregory's smile widened. "It's too late for that." I ran ... I sprinted down the road, heart slamming against my ribs. The robed villagers didn't follow, but the things in the woods did. I heard them heavy footfalls moving through the undergrowth, fast and low. I risked a glance over my shoulder. Dark shapes were moving through the trees, too fast to be human, and their eyes glowed. I stumbled, nearly falling. I ran harder, lungs burning. Branches whipped at my face as I tore through the forest. My foot caught on a root, and I hit the ground hard. Pain flared through my knee. A sound low and wet came from the shadows. I forced myself to my feet and stumbled toward a clearing ahead. I burst through the trees and into an overgrown cemetery. Ancient tombstones jutted from the earth at odd angles, some broken and leaning precariously. In the center of the clearing stood a large stone crypt. The heavy iron door was open. A figure stepped out. Peter, my uncle. He was dressed in a gray suit, his skin pale and thin like paper, but it was his eyes that terrified me, black as coal. "Michael," Peter said softly, "you finally come home." I backed away. "This isn't real," I said. Peter's smile sharpened. "It's very real. You're dead. And yet, here I am." Peter's head tilted unnaturally to the side. "They told you I was dead, but the truth is, I never left." His mouth stretched into a wide, sharp smile. "They prepared me for something greater." Peter stepped forward. Ball. I stepped back. My heel struck a loose stone, and I nearly fell. Peter's eyes gleamed. "You've already begun to change," he said. "The blood is awakening inside you. You've felt it, haven't you? The pull of the village, the way the house calls to you." I shook my head. "No." Peter's gaze sharpened. "Soon you won't be able to resist it." Behind him I saw movement at the edge of the clearing. The villagers had followed me ... Dozens of them. They stood in a perfect circle around the cemetery, their dark robes blending into the shadows. Peter smiled. "You can't run anymore, Michael," he said. "I'm not part of this," I repeated. Peter's smile vanished. "But you are," he said. "Your blood is part of the pact. That's why you inherited the house. That's why you came here." Peter reached out a hand. "Come with me. Embrace what you are." I shook my head and backed away. Peter's smile faded. "Then we'll take it from you," he said. The villagers stepped forward. I turned and ran toward the woods. Dark figures moved between the trees, low and fast. I heard Peter's voice behind me. "Stop him." I ran harder. I heard the sound of footsteps closing in behind me. Too fast. A hand grabbed my arm and yanked me back. I screamed and swung my fist. My knuckles connected with something hard and sharp. A figure stumbled back, hissing. It wasn't Peter. It was one of the villagers. Its hood slipped back and I saw its face. Gray mottled skin, black eyes, a mouth full of jagged teeth, not human. I shoved it away and ran. Branches snapped. Footsteps pounded through the forest behind me. I could see the house through the trees just ahead. The front door was open. I ran up the steps and slammed the door behind me. I braced my back against the wood, heart hammering. For a moment, there was silence. Then the scratching started, slow and deliberate. I backed away from the door. A loud knock made me jump. "Michael." It was Peter's voice. "You can't stay in there forever." I backed toward the stairs. The scratching intensified. Then a sharp metallic sound. The sound of a lock turning. From the inside, my heart seized. The front door opened. Peter stood there, smiling. "Welcome home, Michael," he whispered. Behind him, the villagers stood in perfect silence. They stepped forward, crossing the threshold. I stumbled back up the stairs. Peter's eyes gleamed black. "It's time, Michael," he said. "It's in your blood." I turned and ran toward the bedroom. Behind me, I heard Peter's voice, calm, amused. "You can't fight what's already inside you." I slammed the bedroom door and locked it behind me, my heart hammering painfully in my chest. My hands were slick with sweat as I backed away toward the window. Peter's voice drifted up from the hall. "Michael, you can't hide forever." The sound of slow, deliberate footsteps echoed through the house, heavy, calm. I pressed my back against the wall, gasping for breath. My mind raced. There had to be a way out. I darted toward the window and pushed it open. A cold wind howled in from the outside. The house sat at least 2 stories high. A jump from here would probably break a leg, but staying meant death, or worse. I hoisted one leg over the ledge when the door handle began to turn. The lock clicked open. Slowly. "Michael." Peter's voice was soft, amused. The door creaked open, and Peter stood in the threshold. His eyes glinted black in the dim light. "You can't run from this," he said. "It's inside you now." I swung my leg back into the room and backed toward the corner. "Stay away from me." Peter stepped inside, smiling. "You can feel it, can't you?" he whispered. "The pull, the connection." I shook my head. "You're not my uncle. You're something else." Peter's smile widened. His skin seemed thinner now, paler. His teeth were sharp. His eyes were wrong. "I am more than I once was," Peter said, "and soon you will be too." He stepped toward me. Without thinking, I grabbed the bedside lamp and hurled it at him. Peter moved too fast. He snatched the lamp out of the air and crushed it in his hand, like it was made of paper, ... "I didn't want to force you," he said softly, "but you've left me no choice." He lifted his hand. My chest tightened. A burning sensation tore through my veins. My vision blurred as heat spread through my body. My knees buckled and I collapsed to the floor, gasping ... Peter crouched down beside me. His hand touched my face. "You feel it now, don't you?" My blood felt like it was on fire. Peter's smile sharpened. "It's awakening." The last thing I saw before my vision faded was his face, his black eyes gleaming with triumph. I woke up in darkness. My wrists were bound. My arms ached from the weight of my body hanging from rough rope. The sound of voices drifted through the darkness, chanting, low and rhythmic. I opened my eyes. The village square. I was hanging from a wooden frame, tied at the wrists. In front of me stood the villagers, dressed in their dark robes. Torches flickered, casting jagged shadows across their faces. Peter stood at the front, dressed in ceremonial robes. Lillian stood beside him, holding a silver chalice. "Michael," Peter said, "you've come home." I pulled at the ropes, but they didn't budge. "Let me go." Peter shook his head. "It's time for the offering." "The what?" Peter's black eyes gleamed. "You are the vessel. The blood of the village runs in you. That house, it was never an inheritance. It was a trap, a way to bring you back." "Why?" I gasped, ... Peter stepped closer. "You were chosen before you were even born. The village made a pact centuries ago, a blood sacrifice in exchange for power and prosperity. And I'm the sacrifice?" Peter smiled. "The final one." Ah. Lillian stepped forward with the chalice. Peter drew a long silver blade from his robe. My breath hitched in my throat. "This is insane," I whispered. Peter smiled coldly. "It's destiny." He lifted the blade toward my throat. I thrashed wildly, trying to break free. My feet kicked at the air. Peter pressed the edge of the knife against my skin. "In the name of the old blood," Peter said softly. The villagers' chanting rose. The sound of it scraped against my nerves, unnatural and distorted. Peter's hand tensed, and then someone screamed. A figure emerged from the crowd. It was Gregory the priest, but he wasn't dressed in robes. His face was pale and his eyes wild. "You can't," Gregory shouted, ... Peter's head tilted. "You knew this day was coming," Peter said. Gregory stepped forward, clutching a rosary in his hands. "He's innocent." Peter's expression darkened. "That's irrelevant." Gregory's gaze flicked toward me. "Run, Michael." Peter's eyes flashed black. "You would betray the blood?" Gregory held up the rosary. "He doesn't have to die." Peter's face twisted with rage. "You've broken the pact." The villagers' chanting faltered. The ground beneath us began to tremble. Peter's eyes flashed red. "You fool," he hissed. The ground split open beneath Gregory's feet. Gregory screamed as dark tendrils erupted from the earth and wrapped around his body. He struggled, but the tendrils pulled him down into the darkness. I heard a sickening crunch, and then he was gone. Peter turned toward me. "Now," he said, "where were we?" He raised the knife. A sudden explosion of light filled the square. The torches flared and the villagers screamed. The ground trembled. Peter stumbled back, shielding his face. A figure stepped from the shadows. It was Lillian. Her face was streaked with tears. "Lillian," Peter growled. She held up the silver chalice. "It's over," she whispered. Peter's eyes narrowed. "What are you doing?" Lillian's eyes burned. "I was never going to let you kill him." She threw the chalice to the ground. The silver liquid inside splashed across the earth, and the ground began to shake violently. Peter's face twisted in fury. "No." The villagers screamed as cracks spiderwebbed across the square. The dark shapes in the woods began to scream. The ground split open, and something massive and black began to rise from the depths. Peter turned toward me, eyes burning. "If I can't complete the pact," he raised the knife. I kicked the wooden frame with all my strength. The frame rocked and the ropes snapped. I hit the ground hard and rolled to my feet. Peter lunged toward me. I grabbed a burning torch from the ground and swung it. The fire caught the edge of Peter's robe. He screamed. Black smoke erupted from his body as flames consumed him. Ah! The villagers fell to their knees as the ground split wider beneath their feet. Peter's body twisted and blackened as the fire consumed him. I stumbled backward, gasping for a IR. The last thing I saw before the square collapsed was Peter's face eyes burning, mouth twisted in rage. Then he was gone. The village square was in ruins. Lillian stood beside me, her face pale. "You saved me," I said. Lillian smiled faintly. "You saved yourself?" We turned toward the woods. The dark shapes were gone. The village was quiet. Lillian reached for my hand. "It's over," she said. But deep down I knew it wasn't. Some things, some evils, don't stay buried. As we walked down the path toward the road, I glanced back at the ruined village, and there, at the edge of the forest, I saw him, Peter, his black eyes glinting through the trees, smiling, because Peter was still out there, and the blood was still in me. Deep forest ritual. I still don't know why we thought it was a good idea. It was supposed to be a simple camping trip, nothing more than a weekend away from reality. Just me and my closest friends, escaping the noise of everyday life and reconnecting with nature. But looking back, I realized we were walking into something much older than us, something waiting. My name's Ryan. I've known Jake and Marcus since elementary school, and over the years, we've added a few others to our tight-knit circle. This trip had been Jake's idea, a way to recapture some of that youthful freedom before life took us in separate directions. Jake was the leader, always pushing the limits, looking for the next thrill. Marcus was the grounded one, level-headed and cautious. Then there was Emily, Jake's girlfriend, who balanced out his recklessness with quiet confidence. And finally there was Claire Smart, sarcastic, and probably the only one who knew how to read a map properly. We'd been planning this for weeks. A 3-day hike deep into the national park, far from the crowded trails. Total isolation, campfires, and nothing but the sound of the forest around us. It was exactly what we thought we needed. We started out early on a Friday morning. The sky was clear, the air crisp. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and distant bird calls. Jake led the way, cutting through the overgrown trail with his machete. Claire had the map and compass, and Marcus was in charge of supplies. We walked for hours, the trail getting rougher as we pressed deeper into the woods. The canopy thickened, and the temperature dropped noticeably the further we went. But we didn't care. We were laughing, telling stories, feeling the thrill of adventure. "Let's set up camp here," Marcus said after we crossed a small stream. We found a clearing beneath a ring of towering pines. It was almost too perfect a circle of trees, so symmetrical it felt. Unnatural, but we didn't think about that at the time. We set up our tents, gathered firewood, and settled in for the night. As the sun set, we sat around the fire, drinking and talking. Jake threw a stick into the fire. "We should explore tomorrow, find something cool. There's got to be some old cabins or something out here." Claire rolled her eyes. "Or we could not wander off the trail and get lost in the middle of nowhere." Jake grinned. "Come on. Where's your sense of adventure?" Marcus shook his head. "We came to relax. Let's not get ourselves killed, okay?" Jake ignored him. "Emily's with me, right, babe?" Emily smiled faintly, though she didn't look entirely convinced. "Come on," Jake said, his eyes shining in the firelight. "A place like this, you never know what you'll find." The next morning, Jake was already awake when I crawled out of my tent. He was sitting at the edge of the clearing, sharpening his machete. "Morning, man," he said. "Ready for some exploring?" "I'm not sure everyone's going to be down for that," I said. Jake shrugged. "We'll see." By mid-morning, Jake had convinced Emily and Marcus to join him. Claire hesitated, but after some pushing, she relented. I didn't want to split up the group, so I went with them, ... We followed an overgrown trail deeper into the woods. The trees grew denser, the light dimmer. The air felt wrong, somehow thick and heavy, like the forest was watching us. After about an hour, we found it. The clearing opened up around us, revealing an enormous stone altar. It was ancient, covered in moss and creeping vines. The stone was cracked and weathered, but the carvings were still visible. Strange symbols, spirals, and jagged lines, all etched into the rock. "What the hell is this?" Claire whispered. Jake approached the altar, running his hand over the stone. "This is incredible," Marcus frowned. "It looks religious." "Or sacrificial," Emily added quietly. I stepped closer, my eyes tracing the carvings. The symbols seemed to shift under my gaze as though they were alive. Jake climbed onto the base of the altar. "What do you think it was used for?" "Jake, get down from there," Claire snapped. Jake ignored her, raising his arms like some kind of ancient priest. "I summon the spirits of the forest," he shouted, laughing. "Jake, seriously, stop," Marcus said. Jake grinned and jumped down, landing with a heavy thud. And then we heard it, a low hum. It vibrated through the ground, through our bones. The air seemed to thicken. A sudden gust of wind tore through the clearing, scattering leaves and dust. "I think we should leave," Marcus said. "Yeah," Emily agreed. Claire grabbed Jake's arm. "Come on." Jake looked at the altar one last time, his eyes narrowed. Then he nodded. We turned and headed back toward the trail. But the forest had changed. The path was wrong. The trees seemed closer together, the undergrowth thicker. Marcus tried to lead us back using the compass, but the needle spun erratically, pointing in random directions. "We're going the wrong way," Claire said, checking the map. "No shit," Jake snapped. "Calm down," Marcus said. We kept walking. The humming sound followed us. A sound drifted through the trees, something hollow and rhythmic, a bell. And then footsteps, crunching through the leaves behind us. Claire froze. "Did you hear that?" We turned. The forest was empty. "Let's keep moving," Marcus said. We pressed on. The bell sound grew louder, closer. I glanced back and saw a figure standing between the trees. It wore a pale mask, bone white, featureless, except for 2 deep eye holes. Guys, another figure appeared to the left. Then another. Masked figures. They were standing perfectly still, watching us. Marcus swore under his breath. "What the hell is that?" "What?" One of the figures raised a hand. The bell sound stopped. "Run," I whispered. Jake took off first, crashing through the undergrowth. Marcus grabbed Emily's hand and ran. Claire followed. All. I stumbled after them, the sound of my heartbeat pounding in my ears. Behind me, the figures moved, silent and fast. Branches whipped at my face as I sprinted through the trees. My foot caught on a root and I hit the ground hard, tasting dirt and blood. I heard footsteps. I scrambled up and kept running. We burst into a small clearing. The figures stopped at the edge of the trees. They didn't cross the boundary. Their pale masks gleamed in the dying light. "They're not coming any closer," Marcus said. "For now," Claire whispered. The figures turned and melted into the trees. We stood there, gasping for breath. What the hell was that? Emily asked. Jake wiped blood from his mouth. "I think we just pissed something off." Marcus rubbed his hands over his face. "We have to get out of here." Jake shook his head. "We'll head back at first light." "Stay together," We're not splitting up. We huddled together as night fell, the humming sound still vibrating faintly in the air. Far off in the woods, the bell sounded again, and the masked figures were still watching. We didn't sleep that night. We tried to rest, but the forest wouldn't let us. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that low hum, echoing through the trees, vibrating under my skin, and the bell's soft, hollow ringing at uneven intervals, like it was calling to SOMETHIG. We stayed close together by the dying fire. Marcus kept watch while Jake sat with his back against a tree, his machete resting across his lap. Emily curled up beside him, arms wrapped around her knees. Claire sat next to me, her head on my shoulder. "We need to figure out how to get out of here," Marcus said quietly. "We followed the compass," Jake replied. Marcus frowned. "The compass is useless." Jake's jaw tightened. "Then we follow the sun, east. We keep moving." "Except it's not that simple," Claire said, sitting up. "The forest isn't normal. We've been walking in circles. The path changes." Jake stood up, brushing dirt off his jeans. "We can't just sit here. Maybe we should wait until daylight." Marcus SUGGESTED. Jake shook his head. "No, we need to move now." Emily sat up. "We don't even know if it's safe out there." Jake glanced toward the tree line. The masked figures were gone for now. "We can't stay here," Jake said. "Whatever those things are, they're not going to just let us leave." "What if there's no way out?" Emily whispered. Jake turned toward her, his eyes dark. "Then we'll make one." By dawn, we were already walking. The forest felt off. The sunlight barely filtered through the canopy, casting pale, watery light across the mossy ground. The trees were too close together, the undergrowth too thick. It felt like the forest was alive, shifting and closing in around us, and the humming sound was louder now. We hadn't seen the masked figures again, but we could feel them. A pressure in the air, a crawling sensation at the back of the neck. "This way," Marcus said, pointing toward a gap in the trees. We followed him, moving carefully. No one spoke. An hour passed, then 2, and that's when we stumbled on the bodies. Claire screamed first. They were strung up between the trees, hanging from crude wooden stakes, human shapes wrapped in cloth. The fabric was dark with old blood, mummified skin exposed beneath the wrappings. Some of the bodies had been impaled on sharpened branches. "What the hell?" Marcus whispered. Jake stepped closer. "Don't touch them." The stench of rot was thick in the air. Claire covered her mouth. This isn't just some cult thing. This is..." Marcus turned toward the others. "We need to get the hell out of here." Then the humming stopped, a sudden absolute silence. And then we heard breathing, slow, heavy, like something huge was standing just beyond the trees. Marcus grabbed my arm. "Move, now." We stumbled through the clearing, stepping over roots and broken BRACHES. Jake stopped suddenly. "Wait, where's Emily?" We all turned. She was standing at the edge of the clearing, her face pale. "Emily!" Jake shouted. She didn't move. Claire ran toward her, grabbing her arm. "Come on." Emily's eyes were glassy. "Do you hear it?" "What are you talking about?" Claire hissed. Emily's lips parted. "It's calling me." A branch snapped in the distance. Emily's head tilted slightly toward the sound, and that's when she screamed. Her back arched, her body convulsing. back arched. Jake ran to her, grabbing her shoulders. "Emily, Emily!" She screamed again, her eyes rolling back in her head, and then her mouth opened wider than it should have been possible, and she spoke. "They are awake," Emily said, her voice layered with something wrong. Jake shook her violently. "What the hell are you talking about?" Emily's head twisted unnaturally toward him. "You should not have disturbed the altar. The ritual must be completed." Marcus grabbed Jake and pulled him back. "Jake, get away from her." Emily's body jerked violently. She collapsed to the ground, twitching. Claire knelt beside her. "Emily?" Emily's eyes fluttered open. She looked around, confused. What happened?" she whispered. "You were talking," Jake said. Emily's brow furrowed. "I don't remember anything." Claire pulled her to her feet. "We need to go." We turned toward the trail and FROZE. The masked figures were standing there, closer now. A row of them, their pale masks shining in the dim light. Behind them, something else moved. A shape, tall and thin, its limbs impossibly long. A humanoid figure with antlers curling from its skull. Its skin was blackened and cracked, and its hollow eyes glowed faintly with pale light. "What the hell is that?" Marcus whispered. Emily swayed slightly, her face pale. "The god," she whispered. "It's awake." The creature's head tilted toward us, its empty eye sockets fixing on Jake. Jake's breath hitched. Marcus pulled a knife from his belt. "Run." We turned and ran. Branches tore at our clothes as we sprinted through the trees. The humming sound grew louder, reverberating through the ground beneath our feet. Emily stumbled and fell. Jake skidded to a stop and helped her UP. Marcus led us toward a rocky outcropping. In here, we squeezed into a narrow gap between two large stones, huddling together. Outside, the masked figures moved through the trees. The god's shadow passed over the rocks, impossibly tall. Claire was shaking beside me. Jake held Emily, his hand over her mouth to keep her quiet. Marcus gripped the knife so tightly, his knuckles were white. The god stopped outside the rocks. It turned toward us. A deep voice vibrated through the air. "Come to me." Emily's body stiffened. Her head snapped toward the opening. Jake grabbed her shoulders. "No, stay with me." Her face twisted in agony. "I can't." Emily crawled toward the opening. Jake yanked her back, pinning her down. "Hold her," Jake shouted. Marcus and I helped hold Emily down as her body writhed violently beneath us. The god's voice echoed again. "The sacrifice must be made." Emily screamed. Marcus shouted, "We have to go. Now." Jake and I pulled Emily to her feet. We burst from the rocks and sprinted back into the WOODS. We could hear the figures moving behind us fast. Too fast. We ran until my legs burned, until my lungs screamed for air. Finally, we stumbled into a small clearing. The masked figures stopped at the edge of the trees. The god's voice rumbled through the forest. "The blood has been spilled. The offering must be completed." Jake stepped in front of Emily, holding his machete. "You're not taking her?" The god's head tilted, and then it laughed. Deep, ancient laughter that sent ice down my spine. "You think you can resist fate?" The god stepped forward, and Emily whispered, "They're not after me." "What?" Jake said. "They want you," Emily whispered. "You're the one who woke it." Jake's face paled. Marcus pulled Emily back. "We have to run." Jake didn't move. The god extended a hand toward him. Jake's eyes widened. "No," Emily whispered. "No." But Jake was already stepping forward. The god smiled, and Jake disappeared into the trees. The humming sound stopped, and the figures melted into the shadows. Emily screamed his name, but he was gone. Jake was gone. His name echoed in my head, but no matter how many times I screamed it, there was no answer. Marcus had to physically pull Emily away from the spot where Jake had vanished. She was thrashing, tears running down her face. "We have to go back," Emily sobbed, clawing at Marcus's chest. Marcus shook his head. "He's gone." "We can't just leave him," Emily shrieked. Marcus grabbed her by the shoulders. His face was twisted with grief and fury. "We don't have a choice." Emily's breath hitched. Marcus glanced toward the tree line. The god's shape was gone, but we could still feel its presence, a suffocating weight in the air. "The ritual isn't over," Claire whispered. "What?" Marcus turned toward her. Claire's eyes were wide, her pupils dilated. "It took Jake, but that wasn't enough." Marcus frowned. "How do you know that?" Emily's hand trembled as she touched her temple. "Because it's in my head." We all stared at her. "The god, it marked me," Emily whispered. "It's still connected to me. I can feel it." Marcus took a step toward her. "What does that mean?" Emily's gaze darkened. "It's not finished. The sacrifice isn't complete." A low, vibrating hum passed through the forest. My skin crawled. "We have to keep moving." Marcus nodded. He turned toward Emily. "Can you lead us out of here?" Emily hesitated. "I think so." "What do you mean you think so?" Marcus snapped. Emily's hand moved to her chest. "It's like a thread, a pull in my mind. It's not showing me the way out, it's showing me the way back to it." "Then we're not going that way," Marcus said. Emily shook her head. "We might not have a choice." We walked in silence through the woods, Emily leading the way. The forest was darker than before. The canopy seemed to have grown thicker, twisting unnaturally overhead. The trees pressed in, the air choked with moisture and rot. Claire kept close to me. Her hand brushed mine every so often, seeking comfort. Emily walked a few steps ahead, her face pale and vacant. "Emily?" I called. She didn't respond. Marcus touched my arm. "Let her focus." "On what?" "She's the only one who seems to know where we're going," Marcus said. "But where are we going?" Marcus's jaw tightened. "That's what worries me." Suddenly Emily stopped. "We nearly bumped into her." "What is it?" Marcus asked. Emily raised her hand. "Do you hear that?" At first I didn't hear anything. Then I caught it a distant, rhythmic sound. Boom, boom, boom. It sounded like drumming. Claire's hand tightened around mine. "Where is that coming from?" Emily's gaze darkened. "The altar," Marcus cursed. "We're not going back there." "We have to," Emily said quietly. Marcus shook his head. "We need to find a way out." Emily turned toward him. Her face was eerily calm. "There is no way out." Marcus grabbed her wrist. "Stop saying that." Emily's eyes darkened. "I know what this is," Emily said. "I know why Jake was taken." "What are you talking about?" Marcus demanded. Emily's gaze sharpened. "Jake didn't wake the god." "We all did." Marcus frowned. What the hell are you talking about? Emily's breath quickened. That altar, it wasn't just old stone. It was a seal. Claire paled. A seal? Emily nodded. To keep the god contained. Marcus's face tightened. And we broke it? Emily's lips trembled. The god is awake now, and it's hungry. Boom, boom, boom. The drumming grew louder. Emily's hands curled into fists. Jake was just the beginning. Suddenly the forest around us seemed to inhale. Branches creaked. The ground trembled beneath our feet. We need to run, Claire whispered. But there was nowhere to run. Figures were stepping out from between the trees. The masked figures. Their white masks gleamed in the dim light, their eye holes dark and empty. One figure stepped closer. He was taller than the others, wearing a long black robe. The mask covering his face was more ornate, with symbols carved into the surface. Emily's breath hitched. The figure raised a hand. "Bring them," he said in a hollow voice. Marcus drew his knife. "Like hell you're taking us." The figure tilted his head. "The offering has already begun." The masked figures rushed forward. Marcus swung the knife, slicing the arm of the nearest figure. Blood spattered across the ground, but the figure didn't react. Two of them grabbed Marcus by the arms. He struggled violently. "Let go of me." I lunged toward him, but two of the masked figures grabbed me from behind. Claire screamed. Emily stood still, her head tilted toward the robed figure. "Emily," I shouted, "do something." But Emily's gaze was fixed on the figure. "You were chosen," the figure said softly. Emily's mouth opened. "Why?" The figure smiled beneath his mask. "You carry the bloodline." My heart sank. "What?" The figure stepped closer. "You've always been part of the ritual," the figure said. "Your family, they were keepers of the seal. It was your ancestors who bound the god in the first place. Now you've undone their work." Emily swayed slightly. "No, that's not true. It's why the god called to you," the figure said. "It recognized your blood." Emily's hands were shaking. "You don't have to fight it," the figure said. "All it asks is the final sacrifice." My chest tightened. "Emily, don't listen to him." Emily's breath quickened. Her eyes shimmered with pale light. "Join us," the figure whispered. "End the cycle." The forest trembled. And then Emily stepped toward him. "Emily!" Marcus shouted. Emily's expression was blank. The robed figure extended a hand. "Come." Emily's hand lifted. Crack! A gunshot rang out. Emily's body jerked. Blood bloomed across her shoulder. Marcus was holding a pistol. "Get away from her," he shouted. The masked figures turned toward him. The robed figure's head tilted. Marcus fired again. The figure's hand shot up and the bullet stopped in midair, hanging inches from his chest. "What the hell?" Marcus whispered. Emily collapsed to her knees. Marcus rushed toward her. The figure's hand shot out. Marcus screamed as his body lifted off the ground. "No," Claire shouted. The figure's hand twisted. Marcus's body bent unnaturally backward. His spine snapped with a sickening CRCK. He fell to the ground. Claire screamed. The figure turned toward me. ... "There must always be a sacrifice," he said. I scrambled toward Marcus's body, but Claire pulled me back. "We have to run." "But Marcus, he's gone," Claire screamed. The figure raised his hand toward Emily. "You have already chosen." Emily's eyes fluttered. Pale light spilled from her mouth. Her gaze darkened, and she whispered, "I'm sorry." Claire grabbed my arm. "We have to go." We ran. Behind us, Emily's scream cut through the air, and then the humming sound stopped. The forest was deathly silent. Jake was gone. His name echoed in my head, but no matter how many times I screamed it, there was no answer. Marcus had to physically pull Emily away from the spot where Jake had vanished. She was thrashing, tears running down her face. "We have to go back," Emily sobbed, clawing at Marcus's chest. Marcus shook his head. "He's gone. We can't just leave him." Emily shrieked. Marcus grabbed her by the shoulders. His face was twisted with grief and fury. "We don't have a choice." Emily's breath hitched. Marcus glanced toward the tree line. The god's shape was gone, but we could still feel its presence, a suffocating weight in the air. "The ritual isn't over," Claire whispered. "What?" Marcus turned toward her. Claire's eyes were wide, her pupils dilated. "It took Jake, but that wasn't enough." Marcus frowned. "How do you know that?" Emily's hand trembled as she touched her temple. "Because it's in my head." We all stared at her. "The god, it marked me," Emily whispered. "It's still connected to me. I can feel it." Marcus took a step toward her. "What does that mean?" Emily's gaze darkened. "It's not finished. The sacrifice isn't complete." A low, vibrating hum passed through the forest. My skin crawled. "We have to keep moving." Marcus nodded. He turned toward Emily. "Can you lead us out of here?" Emily hesitated. "I think so." "What do you mean you think so?" Marcus snapped. Emily's hand moved to her chest. "It's like a thread, a pull in my mind. It's not showing me the way out, it's showing me the way back to it." "Then we're not going that way," Marcus said. Emily shook her head. "We might not have a choice." We walked in silence through the woods, Emily leading the way. The forest was darker than before. The canopy seemed to have grown thicker, twisting unnaturally overhead. The trees pressed in, the air choked with moisture and rot. Claire kept close to me. Her hand brushed mine every so often, seeking comfort. Emily walked a few steps ahead, her face pale and vacant. "Emily?" I called. She didn't respond. Marcus touched my arm. "Let her focus." "On what?" "She's the only one who seems to know where we're going," Marcus said. "But where are we going?" Marcus's jaw tightened. "That's what worries me." Suddenly Emily stopped. "We nearly bumped into her. What is it?" Marcus asked. Emily raised her hand. "Do you hear that?" At first I didn't hear anything. Then I caught it, a distant rhythmic sound. Boom, boom, boom. It sounded like drumming. Claire's hand tightened around mine. "Where is that coming from?" Emily's gaze darkened. "The altar," Marcus cursed. "We're not going back there." "We have to," Emily said quietly. Marcus shook his head. "We need to find a way out." Emily turned toward him. Her face was eerily calm. "There is no way out." Marcus grabbed her wrist. "Stop saying that." Emily's eyes darkened. "I know what this is," Emily said. "I know why Jake was taken." "What are you talking about?" Marcus demanded. Emily's gaze sharpened. "Jake didn't wake the god. We all did." Marcus frowned. "What the hell are you talking about?" Emily's breath quickened. That altar, it wasn't just old stone. It was a seal. Claire paled. A seal? Emily nodded. To keep the god contained. Marcus's face tightened, and we broke it. Emily's lips trembled. The god is awake now, and it's hungry. Boom, boom, boom. The drumming grew louder. Emily's hands curled into fists. Jake was just the beginning. Suddenly the forest around us seemed to inhale. Branches creaked. The ground trembled beneath our feet. We need to run, Claire whispered. But there was nowhere to run. Figures were stepping out from between the trees. The masked figures. Their white masks gleamed in the dim light, their eye holes dark and empty. One figure stepped closer. He was taller than the others, wearing a long black robe. The mask covering his face was more ornate, with symbols carved into the surface. Emily's breath hitched. The figure raised a hand. "Bring them," he said in a hollow voice. Marcus drew his knife. "Like hell you're taking us." The figure tilted his head. "The offering has already begun." The masked figures rushed forward. Marcus swung the knife, slicing the arm of the nearest figure. Blood spattered across the ground, but the figure didn't react. Two of them grabbed Marcus by the arms. He struggled violently. "Let go of me." I lunged toward him, but two of the masked figures grabbed me from behind. Claire screamed. Emily stood still, her head tilted toward the robed figure. "Emily," I shouted, "do something." But Emily's gaze was fixed on the figure. "You were chosen," the figure said softly. Emily's mouth opened. "Why?" The figure smiled beneath his mask. "You carry the bloodline." My heart sank. "What?" The figure stepped closer. "You've always been part of the ritual," the figure said. "Your family. They were keepers of the seal. It was your ancestors who bound the god in the first place. Now you've undone their work." Emily swayed slightly. "No, that's not true. It's why the god called to you," the figure said. "It recognized your blood." Emily's hands were shaking. "You don't have to fight it," the figure said. "All it asks is the final sacrifice." My chest tightened. "Emily, don't listen to him." Emily's breath quickened. Her eyes shimmered with pale light. "Join us," the figure whispered. "End the cycle." The forest trembled. And then Emily stepped toward him. "Emily," Marcus shouted. Emily's expression was blank. The robed figure extended a hand. "Come." Emily's hand lifted. Crack! A gunshot rang out. Emily's body jerked. Blood bloomed across her shoulder. Marcus was holding a pistol. "Get away from her," he shouted. The masked figures turned toward him. The robed figure's head tilted. Marcus fired again. The figure's hand shot up and the bullet stopped in midair, hanging inches from his chest. "What the hell?" Marcus whispered. Emily collapsed to her knees. Marcus rushed toward her. The figure's hand shot out. Marcus screamed as his body lifted off the ground. "No," Claire shouted. The figure's hand twisted. Marcus's body bent unnaturally backward. His spine snapped with a sickening crack. He fell to the ground. Claire screamed. The figure turned toward me. "There must always be a sacrifice," he said. I scrambled toward Marcus's body, but Claire pulled me back. "We have to run." "But Marcus?" "He's gone," Claire screamed. The figure raised his hand toward Emily. "You have already chosen." Emily's eyes fluttered. Pale light spilled from her mouth. Her gaze darkened, and she whispered, "I'm sorry." Claire grabbed my arm. "We have to go." We ran. Behind us, Emily's scream cut through the air, and then the humming sound stopped. The forest was deathly silent. Emily's scream echoed through the forest, a piercing, unnatural sound that made the trees tremble. Claire and I stumbled through the dark woods, our legs screaming in protest as we ran blindly through the twisted undergrowth. Branches tore at our skin, roots caught at our feet, but we didn't stop. We couldn't stop. Behind us, the forest seemed to breathe shadows, shifting unnaturally, the air thick with the stench of rotting earth and decaying wood. A low, vibrating hum pulsed through the ground beneath our feet, a deep and ancient sound that seemed to come from the earth itself. "What happened to her?" Claire gasped as we ran. I could barely think straight. "I don't know she changed." Claire shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. "She wouldn't have just given up, Emily, stronger than that." "She was marked," I said breathlessly. "From the beginning?" The god claimed her. We stumbled into a small clearing surrounded by gnarled ancient trees. The fog had thickened, swirling unnaturally around our feet. Claire doubled over, clutching her side. I can't breathe." "We have to keep going," I said. Claire shook her head. "We can't outrun this. You saw what happened to Marcus. We can't fight it." I grabbed her arms. "Then what do we do?" Claire's eyes filled with desperation. "We find Emily. We get her back." I hesitated. "We can't save her." Claire's hands curled into fists. "We have to try." A sound rose from the forest, a slow, rhythmic sound like footsteps, but heavier, deeper boom. Boom. The same sound we had heard earlier, the sound of the god's approach. "We need to move." I pulled Claire's arm, but she planted her feet, her face hard with determination. "If we leave her, it's over," Claire hissed. Suddenly the fog parted, and Emily stepped into the clearing. Her eyes were completely black. Not just the irises, her entire eyes were glossy black, reflecting the dim light of the moon. Her skin was pale, her hair hanging in damp strands around her face. Blood still trickled from the gunshot wound on her shoulder, but the wound didn't seem to bother her. Emily's mouth twitched into a smile. "Where are you going?" Claire's breath hitched. "Emily?" Emily's head tilted. "Claire, don't fight it. It's easier if you stop fighting." Claire took a hesitant step forward. "Emily, you don't have to do this." Emily's gaze darkened. "I already have." The ground beneath us trembled. Shadows stirred at the edges of the clearing. The masked figures were emerging from the forest, stepping silently through the mist. Their white masks gleamed in the moonlight, their dark robes flowing unnaturally. They surrounded us, ... Claire's hand found mine. "What's happening?" Emily's smile widened. "The ritual is almost complete." "Emily, you don't understand," Emily said. "It's not about death. It's about transformation." My stomach dropped. "What the hell are you talking about?" Emily's eyes glinted. "I see it now. What the god truly wants. What it always wanted." Her gaze sharpened. "A willing sacrifice." Claire shook her head. "No." Emily's smile widened. "And now you get to choose." The robed figure stepped out from the circle of masked figures. The leader, the one with the ornate mask, stood beside Emily. "The god is awake," the figure said softly. It is fed, but it requires more. My heart hammered painfully in my chest. You're not seriously suggesting. You've already chosen, Emily said. Her voice was unervingly calm. Now it's time to accept it. Claire's breath hitched. Either one of you offers yourselves willingly, Emily said, or the God will take you both. Claire's hand squeezed mine. Her face was pale, tears spilling down her cheeks. No, I said, we're not doing this. Emily's black eyes narrowed. You don't have a choice. Claire's lips parted. We do. Suddenly, Claire lunged forward. I shouted her name, but it was too late. Claire tackled Emily, driving her backward toward the altar that had emerged from the shadows at the edge of the clearing. The stone was slick with dark stained centuries of blood sacrifices. Emily's eyes widened in surprise. Claire, stop. I screamed. Claire pinned Emily to the altar, tears streaking her face. If it's blood you want. Emily's face contorted into a snarl. No. Claire grabbed the ceremonial dagger from the robed figure's hand and raised it above her head. Claire, no. Emily thrashed beneath her. If you need a sacrifice, Claire whispered, take me instead. Emily screamed. The masked figures suddenly stepped backward, their bodies twisting unnaturally. The forest trembled. The god's shape loomed in the darkness beyond the trees, its outline writhing and shifting. Claire brought the dagger down, but Emily caught her wrist. Emily's black eyes shimmered with a strange light. Her voice was layered, overlapping, unnatural. It's not your blood at once. Emily's other hand shot up and pressed against Claire's chest. A blinding light erupted from between them. Claire screamed. The masked figures collapsed to their knees. The god's form surged toward them, tendrils of shadow spilling into the clearing. The entire forest trembled. Emily's mouth opened, her voice dark and echoing. The sacrifice is complete. Claire's body jerked violently. Her eyes filled with white light. Claire, I screamed, running toward her, but before I could reach her, Emily shoved Claire off the altar. Claire collapsed to the ground, unmoving. Emily turned toward the god. I am the offering, Emily said. Take me. The god's form writhed and surged toward her. Emily's body lifted into the air, tendrils of shadow curling around her arms and legs. Her eyes glowed with pale fire. And then the god screamed. The shadows collapsed inward. The figures in the masks disintegrated into ash. The forest shook as the god's form twisted, contorted before collapsing into itself. A blinding wave of light erupted from the altar, sweeping through the trees. I shielded my eyes, and then it was gone. Emily's body hit the ground with a soft thud. I stumbled toward her. Her eyes were closed. Blood trickled from her nose. I dropped to my knees, shaking her shoulders. Emily! Her eyes fluttered open. Her eyes were brown again. Did it work? She whispered. Claire groaned behind me. I turned to see her sitting up, clutching her chest. Her breathing was ragged, but she was alive. You saved us, I whispered. Emily smiled faintly. Yeah. Claire crawled toward us and wrapped her arms around Emily. I pressed my forehead to Emily's. We're going home, I whispered. We emerged from the forest at dawn. The clearing was gone. The altar was gone. The god was gone. Claire walked beside me, her hand in mine. Emily leaned heavily on me, still weak but alive. We reached the road where we'd parked the car. Claire sighed shakily. "Is it over?" I hesitated. Emily's gaze darkened slightly. For now, we climbed into the car and drove away. As we reached the edge of the forest, I glanced into the rearview mirror, and in the distance, I thought I saw a figure standing at the tree line, a tall, robed figure, watching